It being 9 o'clock, I will call the Finance Division 2 meeting to start. And we have the Department of Education today. So we'll begin with whoever we're going to begin with. Please come forward, introduce yourselves.
Good morning. For the record, Frank Edelblue, Commissioner of Education.
Tammy Valancourt, CFO for the department.
And so what I thought that we would do is start out, you have a PowerPoint presentation, some House Bill 2 language, some staffing handout as well as the entire governor's phase budget packet. What I wanted to do was just kind of give you an overview of the budget for a moment through that PowerPoint presentation. I'll try to move through that fairly quickly. And then open it up for questions for myself, and then my whole team is available as long as needed to answer any questions that the committee might have. But I thought it would be helpful to kind of level set everybody through that PowerPoint presentation. So I would turn your attention to this document right now. And the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to the team of people here at the Department of Education. So Christine Brennan, the Deputy Commissioner, is not able to be here. She had a family emergency that she had to tend to last night, and so was not able to make it. But you can see that that is the Office of the Deputy Commissioner, and under that office you have the Bureau of DDS, Disability Determination Services, which is something that we provide for Social Security. It's basically a service provider to adjudicate disability claims for the federal government. It's fully federally funded, but an important thing for you to context because you may not think of that when you think about the Department of Education. There are about 80 individuals in that bureau. As well, you have the vocational rehabilitation. The bureau director here is Rich Sala, is sitting right behind me, the guy with the furry face. And so he runs that bureau, the Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation. We've also got the Division of Education, Analytics, and Resources. And so we've got Caitlin Davis and Mark Manganello, who many of you probably already know because he does education funding scenarios in his sleep at this point in time. So you can ask him many questions. And also Brian is here. I'm looking behind me. Then we've got the Division of Learner Support, which is Tammy, or not Tammy, sorry. I'm looking at my paper. Melissa is sitting behind me over here. All things education. She's happy to respond to that stuff as well. We've got the Division of Educator Support in Higher Education. So Steve Appleby is right behind me as well. And so he's able to answer questions. And then Tammy has introduced herself, who is our CFO. I will say just a little bit of bragging. I do have the best leadership team in the entire state. So they are sitting behind me. So my back is well covered, and you are well covered as well because they're able to answer many questions. On the next slide, this is a slide that actually has some history. I first put it together when I got to the department. It is just in one page, gives you an overview as to what's going on at the Department of Education. So it kind of puts stuff in context, I think, a little bit. The way that this is organized is at the top. It's like a P&L. At the top, you've got all the funding sources that we have coming into the Department of Education. We also carve out, anecdotally, the information that we have relative to local education funding, district enrollment, average cost per pupil. And then the next sections that we have in here, and I think one of the things that's really important for people to understand is the department operates primarily as a flow-through organization. We receive money and we send money out to our school districts is essentially what we do. We try to lift as little off of the top as we can to administrate that process. But you will see that. So we've got, under general funds, you've got general funds, state aid. You'll notice that there are no residual funds, but historically there have been some funds in there. And in some of those funds, and you'll see this throughout here, so you've got dropout prevention, statewide special education aid, career technical student organizations, building aid lease. And I point out building aid lease because in the last budget, or maybe that was 2 budgets ago, some of these items were moved down out of the general funds into the education trust fund. So as an example, you'll see building aid lease is an item that is down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom in the education trust fund at the bottom. So just keep an eye on that. If you don't see something up top, just make sure you didn't have it moved down below. The next is just general funds pass-through. So these are funds that the legislature provides to the department, and our job is really just to push those through into specific programming. Again, some of those items have moved down below, most notably the court order placements, which is that first item that you have there. And I'm just going to briefly talk about court order placements. So court order placements is basically if a student is adjudicated by a judge to be placed in a specific educational setting, the state is responsible for payment of the costs associated with that setting. And it's got $2 million, but you need to understand that that is a line item for which we have warrant authority, so that if it costs more than that, I just have to draw a warrant to be able to pay those bills. However many kids get placed, and we take care of that. But you can see you've got, some scholarships, the New Hampshire Board of Higher Education, we may want to talk to about that at some point in time, but a variety of different programs that you can see throughout there. And then you get down to really the general fund salary and benefits and operating. And so this is essentially the staffing costs and the DOIT, the Department of Administrative Services costs that we pay, rent, phones, associated with the team at the Department of Education. And we'll talk a little bit about staffing as we move on. And then you get down into the Education Trust Fund, where there is a variety of costs that are associated with it. Some of this stuff, again, has moved from below to above over the years as legislature has sometimes moved stuff into the Education Trust Fund, sometimes moved stuff out of the Education Trust Funds, but kind of has a transitory effect, but it's all kind of transparent there for you to be able to take a look at, including a number which is generally highly sought after, which is our district public school adequacy number. Again, Mark is here and Caitlin are here to address that. Charter schools, EFA programs that you'll be able to see. So these are a variety of things that we kind of move through. The one item that I will point out at the second line up from the bottom is the Public School Infrastructure Fund. These are the safety grants that we have received. And since 2018, and I'm pausing on this because I think it's an important policy thing for us. Since 2018, we have put well north of $50 million into school safety. This is primarily around hardening our assets so that our children are safe and protected. Includes, and we work very closely with Homeland Security on this, but includes things like access control systems, making sure we've got door locks, that we've got we use a certain type of film on ground level windows to make sure that those are protected. Every time that there is any kind of a incident relative to safety of schools across the country, I personally do a deep dive to figure out what happened, how did it happen, do we have the right controls and safety protocols in place to try and mitigate that. I'm not saying that you can mitigate all stupid, but we do what we can to try and make sure. But I pause on this as well to point out that I think that the funding associated with this, while it is not insignificant, I get that's a lot of money, should not be a reactionary funding line item. So we have put $5 million at least into this every year since, more than that since I've been the commissioner, but and the purpose is that this should not be reactive. Like we have a bad incident, and so then we say, oh my gosh, we have to harden our schools. Like I'm the opinion that we should just be like making sure that we're taking and upgrading our safety all the time to try and prevent something, what I would refer to as stupid, from happening. So that just gives you kind of an overall perspective of what a P&L might look like for the department on the
Mr.
next
Commissioner,
slide.
we take questions during your
Absolutely, yeah.
presentation? Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Thank you for being here. Very quick question. I don't want to, obviously, we have a lot to go through. I was looking at public school infrastructure line you were talking about, and
Yeah.
it seems to go from 1 million a year 2 budgets ago to 0 and then to 5 mil. Do you have a bit of, color around that? Because you were saying you'd like it to be consistent, and obviously it's anything but.
So it actually is quite consistent if you go back. It's just that what happens is some of the funding sources where it comes from don't show up in the agency line item. So for example, last year, I spent $10 million and I got it from the, yeah, it was a one-time appropriation. So we had some surplus. And so you guys funded it out of the surplus funds. So we have consistently since 2018 funded these amounts. Sometimes the legislature and us, we get as creative as we can to make sure we do it, but we are always, coming up with those funds for that. I guess before I leave that slide as well, then we have headcount, although I have a separate slide on headcount that we'll be talking about. Okay, on the next slide, proposed appropriations. Again, this is to provide you a little bit more detail of the agency phase versus the governor's phase on some of the more important items that you'll see. For example, if you get the district public school adequacy number, bear in mind that we're doing our initial calculation at the agency phase well before we know what the fall enrollment's going to be. So we're just kind of making some estimates as to what might happen. Governor's phase comes out, we have a little bit more information. Even today, we may have more information. So that adjusts. Education freedom accounts, similarly, we're making estimates, before we have enrollment numbers. And then the governor's policies are reflected in the governor's phase. Special education aid, again, we had the agency phase. We do it at the time that we have the information. And as it's been quite highly publicized that we were $60 million short in terms of our appropriation for that. And I guess I'll pause for a moment at this as well and just explain the process. So essentially what's happening is you have school districts that are spending funds throughout the year. And then at the end of the year, they send me a box of invoices and we add those up. So we had been appropriated $34 million. When I added up the box of invoices in the fall, I had $50 million worth of invoices. And so we were $16 million short. So we, in law, we basically prorate the amount that we receive. And so the governor has added that $16 million to that. We've done some analysis since then to kind of understand where the schools are with respect to that. And what I would suggest is that, we don't have great internal controls necessarily at the school level to flag for the agency or for the state when those items are over budget. The districts themselves were about $60 million over budget on that line item, but that's just kind of information that comes to light at the end of the year. The next thing that I will point out is we started in the agency phase with 4 proposed CTE renovations. For those of you who are not familiar with the way the CTE renovations work is we have a list, it's kind of a queue that school districts get in. And it's a very inadequate way of allocating capital to building projects in the state of New Hampshire, but it is one that has existed for, I think we're approaching 50 years at this point in time. We have a study commission that will be issuing a report in May about a better way to allocate capital rather than just wait until 25 years has elapsed and then you get to try and build again. But this year we did have 4 projects that came forward. Only 2 of those projects has continued forward. So we had Conval, Messinic, Jaffrey, and Milford. We only have Jaffrey and Milford who are continuing forward in their opportunity to try and do that. Part of that is because to do a CTE rebuild requires investment by the local community and a vote by the local community. To support, the state match is 75% and the local district comes up with 25%. And at this point in time, none of those districts has voted. They will be voting shortly here, and we'll see how those go. We did have a hearing with the public. What was the commission? It wasn't Capital? Was it Capital?
Capital.
Yeah, so we went to Capital already, and they said come back once you get a vote in place, right? Because we don't have the local communities voted. But 2 of those projects are moving forward, and you can see as we go forward, the numbers get tuned up. We're getting them very early in the process. I think I had to present these like last April. We were initially submitting those, and as they fine tune their pencils, and they recognize the fiscal hurdles and challenges, sometimes those numbers come down, and you can see that's the case here. So it was interesting that Milford did not show up in the governor's budget. We believe that was an oversight. We know that they knew about it. It was in our budget. We know we submitted it to them. We even while they were, putting their budget together, we sent them an email saying, here's the updated number, but somehow there was an oversight and it did not get included in the governor's phase. But it was always a project and you should not, the fact that it was not in the governor's phase, the school district did nothing wrong, all the communications were there. I think that was just an oversight. On the next slide, just to give you kind of some perspective of enrollment in the public school system, if you want to know our peak, if we go back to 2002 is when we peaked, we had 230,000 students. So you can see we've gone from 230 to 185. So, north of 47,000 or 45,000 fewer students that we have at this point in time in that system. And this is a demographic trend that has been real for the past 2.5 decades, but will continue into the future. There are, it's not that difficult to see that. One of the things that I sit as a trustee for the university system of New Hampshire, and I have a traditional thing that I present in my October meeting, I think it is. We have like an early fall meeting. And I announced that the class of 2035 started kindergarten and plan accordingly, right? So we pretty much know with this really narrow standard deviation how many kids are going to be available to go to the post-secondary systems, but it just gives you some context in terms of where our students are.
Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A very quick question on this graph. The EFA students, some of them do go to public charter schools or non-public schools. I'm assuming that this is not double counting anybody in any way, but I'd like to understand which column does a student go into when they are an EFA student that goes to a public charter?
So first of all, if a student is a public charter student, they would not be eligible to receive an EFA. But if a student goes to a non-public school as an EFA student, they are an EFA student. The way that the law works in New Hampshire is that we have compulsory education. Students between the ages of 6 and 18 are required to be enrolled in an approved approved education program at the state of New Hampshire. Those include our public schools, traditional and charter, our non-public schools, our home education students, as well as our Education Freedom Account students. On the next slide, what I wanted to just point out is some funding that came to the department through surplus funds. So these are kind of one-time funding, and I point these out because clearly these are not in my budget, and in terms of the carry forward items, but it's something for you to, so we spent the money, we got the money, or we either spent or we're spending the money because they were one-time appropriations. But if you go back to that trend analysis on the third slide where I gave you the overview, these are items that are one-time that would not be part of that. So for example, Student Clearinghouse, the legislature asked us to go out and purchase a license for Student Clearinghouse to be able to track our students that move into post-secondary. The legislature provided $900,000 of funding for MTSSB work, primarily related to RSA 135. We received $1 million to develop civics education curriculum. We did do that with Discovery Education and continue on that work, but the New Hampshire Civics Channel has been published. We've got computer science education program included $4 million to try and enhance the number of computer science credentialed educators in our system. We received one-time funding for adult education of $500,000. In many of the COVID relief programs, the adult ed programs were kind of like an afterthought at the federal level, and so they did not get as much support as for COVID as some of the other folks did. And so this was one time, appropriation that the legislature gave us for that work. In terms of the education trust fund, so there you can see public school infrastructure fund was the $10 million, Representative, that you had mentioned. We received for CTE, a tuition and transportation grant of $4 million. And this was important to know because the goal was to try and provide additional funds into CTE, particularly around tuition and transportation. We did we did get an appropriation for $4 million. We did not put that as a formula grant out to the districts, and that was very specifically done that way. The way we receive about a little over $7 million of Perkins federal money to be used in our career and technical education programming. That comes with an MOE, maintenance of effort. That it's basically an all or nothing. If you decrease that by $1, like if you don't, you have to maintain or increase the spending each time. If you decrease, you lose your whole federal grant. So we felt that it was imprudent to add the $4 million to the ongoing funding, knowing that would have made a you couldn't do it with surplus funds. It would have been a permanent funding commitment in order to maintain our Perkins grants. So we did it as a competitive grant, and we've been offering those competitive grants to the districts, since we received that funding, and it is out there right now. Even so, it's a non-lapsing amount, and I think we had about $1.6 million left. or is it 1.6 was allocated? Do you remember? About half of it's been used. Kindergarten aid is to help those districts that are expanding. Episode of treatment. So this is similar to court-ordered placements. When the state put the Fast Forward program in place that allowed students or children or really anybody to get kind of immediate mental health supports. If someone's suffering, then they send out kind of a crisis team out there. Sometimes that results in someone being adjudicated into an education program. Because of the needs that they have. There was no funding in order to pay the costs of those. And so there was kind of this loophole between the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services. So we created a law to fund these episodes of treatment such that, when someone gets adjudicated, we're able to use those funds to support them. And then you can see as well, our CTE funding last year was done through surplus funding rather than through the Education Trust Fund or through the capital budget. And those two projects are underway and moving well in terms of being built. On the next slide, you're going to see our prioritized needs. And I'm going to take these in reverse order. If I got any prioritized need, the one I need the most is that last item, the state administrator for assessment. And what this is so I have an individual who is paid with federal funds, but that individual needs to be working on some of the state level efforts that you all have passed, particularly around the civics assessment. Because they're paid with federal funds, it's not permissible for them to work on state requirements. And so I need that allocation to be able to administer the programs that you passed. So we got the law passed, but then I need somebody to basically administer that. And in particular, this is going to be around the civics assessment. And you'll see we have some HB2 language there. And we have been trying since 2018 to get a good grasp on this, but it's difficult to grab the information. But we've now built a portal for the students to take the legislatively required INS civics assessment. And it's the same we built it in the same assessment portal that they use for the English language arts, for the science, and for the mathematics assessment. So it'd be very easy for the districts to administer, and it's very easy for us to roll that information up to provide you with feedback in terms of how that is going. But I do need that money to be moved over. And then I'm going to talk about the next two items, which is the learning platform. This is vendor specific, which is always a little bit nervous when you do something that's vendor specific, but this is for a program called Discovery Education. During the pandemic, we entered into a contract, we competitively bid, and we entered into a contract with a company called Discovery Education to provide high quality instructional materials to our students. What we saw is that some districts had high quality instructional materials, were doing a great job. Other ones were sending home kind of lousy manila envelopes with worksheets in them, and it didn't really work that well. So we did contract with Discovery Education to make high quality instructional materials available to everyone in the state. What is exciting relative to that is that every single school in New Hampshire is using the platform, right? So sometimes like I could offer gold bars, and there may be some districts that are like, nah, we're good here. We don't have any place to store the gold bars, so we don't need them. But this is something that clearly has met a need. We've got well over 1.5 million engagements from educators throughout the state that are working on that platform. So I'm impressed with the site. My school districts are impressed with the site. And it is supporting our local schools with high quality instructional materials.
Representative Murray?
Yeah, thank you. While we're on that, I was curious about it, and we've heard about this program before. I guess three things. I've reached out to several school districts and teachers. They've never heard of it. And so it's a little hard for me to hear you say that everybody's using it and loving it. I also, some of the reviews, I have to say, the reviews are wonderful in the marketing, but they're always going to be wonderful in the marketing. So I was looking at other reviews of teachers who've used it and said it seemed great at first, but after trying out with my students, not so much. The lessons are very open-ended and rely on self-motivated students, and it goes on from there. There was another review, inconsistent quality of content, overwhelming amount of resources, making it difficult to navigate, occasional issue with streaming, too open-ended for a lot of their students, results in poor work-life balance. So I found a fair number of reviews that don't like it. And I also reached out to RMC Research, a large research organization, and asked them, their feelings about it, and asked them to spread it into a wider, there are a whole lot of people who do educational research. and they came back with a, nah, we're not enthusiastic about it. So I have questions of its efficacy, questions that when I reached out to school districts, they said, we don't even know what that is.
So I'm happy to respond to those, and I think that those are great questions, and I appreciate you bringing those up. So first of all, I can tell you, I didn't say every teacher, but every school is using it. What's interesting is that we have some school leaders who have not necessarily embraced it. I'm thinking of one district in particular, school leaders like, no, we're good here, we don't need this. But I have teachers in those schools, in the very schools where I've got school leaders who are telling me not so much. I have teachers who are accessing the program, signed in, and using those resources in their classrooms today. I'm not surprised that you could find some reviews that are not that great when you have over 1.5 million engagements. Anybody, if I go to Google and I look for, any products that's got 1.5 million engagements, I'm going to find some people are kind of like, meh, I don't know. And if you think about the nature of those particular reviews, it wasn't like this is lousy. It was kind of like, oh, it was a little open-ended. I didn't really like it. It didn't work as well for my student population. So I'm not overly concerned because I can tell you that overwhelmingly, both in the state of New Hampshire, as well as I've got colleagues, across the country who are using this platform, who also report educator satisfaction and a benefit associated with it. And oftentimes what's happening is, in particular, those schools that have less than robust curricular materials, as you know, the curricular materials are the responsibility of the local districts, and some districts are better fitted than others. But those teachers that are in the districts are finding that these resources are what is helpful for them. So I'm not surprised that out of 1.5 million engagements just in the state of New Hampshire, that's not nationally or anything, that you would find some individuals who are less than satisfied. But the fact that I've got this, and I can guarantee that I have it deployed in every single school. There's at least one teacher, and I don't know if anybody places just one, but more than one, who are using the tool on a regular basis. So, yeah. Okay.
I have a question. So none of these are in the governor's budget, is that accurate?
Correct. These were our prioritized needs. Yep. The next item is state testing. And so you may be familiar with this or not, but so under the federal assessment regime, as well as then translates into the state federal regime, we assess students in math and English and science in grades 3 through 8 and once in high school. And essentially what that does is we're assessing them in grades 3 through 8, and then we kind of have this gap, and we assess them kind of in the March timeframe in 11th grade, and we see how they are performing. And so that is almost too late, right? Because at that point in time, if a student is not in good shape, if a student has fallen behind, we don't have the opportunity necessarily to catch them up. Now, the schools have many, formative type of assessment tools that they're using in their curricular materials and in their school systems on a regular basis. But what this is we would administer a PSAT in 10th grade, right? So you would either 9th or 10th grade, we would so we do the SAT in 11th grade. This would be they call it the PSAT, the preliminary SAT. And it would allow us to get a beat on kids. So you get to see more of a straight line. Because otherwise, I get to high school and I have one data point in terms of your performance for a student. So difficult to see kind of how the students are making progress in that system. So these are the prioritized needs that we have laid out for you. The next thing is HB2 changes. And so I've got a separate handout for you relative to HB2 changes. These are fairly granular. So I'm going to hit some of the highlights associated with it. This includes both policy things, but mostly it's comprised of technical changes. It's a document in your handout packet that looks like this. Sideways spreadsheet.
Did you provide that one as a
We did.
PDF? Do you know what the name of it was?
It says House Bill 2, Department of Education.
I have that, but did you send the PDF of that?
It's in the back of the presentation document. So
Just
the
go
PDF
past the
includes-
presentation. Just,
just
keep
keep going.
scrolling in the PDF if you're in the PDF. We've turned it into one PDF.
All
Thank
right.
you. So then you'll see like item number 1 is, we just talked about that. This is that 10th grade assessment for the PSAT. Item number 2 is the language that would modify the EFAs in terms of eligibility for EFAs, a policy discussion that we could probably have all day if you want to. Item number 3 is part of the adequacy calculation. This is some of the stuff that's really just simplifying. So in statute right now, basically, I do the adequacy calculation based on the BOY, the beginning of the year. And then in April, I do an update to that based on changes that have taken place. And it's really a meaningless exercise. In the sense that the school districts at that point have already set their budgets. It doesn't really change all that much. So we're suggesting that we just have, we do the count at the beginning of the year, and we base our adequacy on that number. Which just basically aligns to the districts as well. And some of these changes are possible now because we have a statewide student information system. We didn't used to have one of those. We do now have one, and we've gone live with that. And so we have better data, so the schools can have better data, so you can have better data in terms of understanding what's going on. Item number 4 is just fixing some of the language around the episodes of treatment that we talked about. And again, that was a fairly substantive change that took place.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Item number 1, you'd like the changes to language, if you will, even if you don't get the funding. Is that what that note states there?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we really need to get, in other words, like, we can do the work that we have, but basically, when we did episodes of treatment, we changed a whole bunch of laws, both our laws as well as HHS, and we found there's a reference that it's a missing reference to the episodes of treatment. We're able to execute the law, but we're just these are cleanup kinds of things. So, there's a technical correction on the SPED aid, in terms of we can use the actual cost for that. Another technical correction, relative to the calculations, lease aid. I'm trying to think if there's anything kind of substantive as opposed to, item number 9 is we talked about the assessment for the naturalization assessment that people are, students are required to pass for going through high school. So we just want to make sure that they go through that portal to take care of their that assessment. The item number 10 is just clarifying the average daily membership. So we basically apply a formula for VLACs in terms of how do we allocate adequacy dollars to them. We just want to make sure. And the law is there, but the law is it's a little bit open-ended, it's a little vague. So we've been applying a methodology for the past 20 years, and we just think that let's just tune up the law and make sure that the law shows exactly what we're doing. Dispute resolution. We basically in special education are required to do a decennial audit of that, but we've now gone through 2 LBA audits, and we'd like, instead of having to do, like, state law requires me every 10 years to do an audit of special education. Since I've already been through 2 in the last 3 years, I just assume let those count as the audit for that, if possible. Otherwise, we'll go out and contract. It will cost us $100,000. We'll have to go out and contract with somebody to do that otherwise. But I don't know if it's necessary. Item number 12 is we've got the computer science professional development program that I had mentioned, that one-time funding that we had. It was non-lapsing funding. We were approached by the university system to try and offer high school students the opportunity to earn college credits while they're in high school, like we do with the community college. So now the post-secondary system would also be joining into that through CPS over at the University System of New Hampshire system. And so this would help to fund some of that. 13, 14, I'm just see. So item 14 is these are public school infrastructure fund grants. These are the security or the safety grants. The way that those work right now is, like, we have a public school infrastructure committee. It's made up of it's a legislative committee. They meet periodically. We open up grant windows. We receive all these grant applications, and then we process those grants out. This is an opportunity to just expedite that process to get those grants out. We always have fully granted everything out, and we give schools a certain amount of time to use those funds. The funds that don't get used, we have a waiting list that the Public School Infrastructure Fund has approved that allows us, like, okay, so say somebody got approved for a $50,000 grant, they spend $40,000, so I got $10,000 left. I just go to my next item on the ranking on my wait list, and I appropriate it. This would allow us to just directly make those appropriations to the waitlisted. The schools on the wait list approved by the Public School Infrastructure Committee. So it's not like the department's doing it, it's the Public School Infrastructure has approved that. So we would bypass fiscal and just go, be able to make those grants to those schools. 15 was a cell phone policy grant that was included in the governor's budget. So that is some House Bill 2 language that we have been seeking.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. Just quickly to go back, I think we'll be going over this again at some point. No, where did
I
it go?
assumed, right? Mhm.
This special education dispute resolution, the audit wasn't so
Can you just tell me
good.
what number was that?
It's
Number
number
11. Got it.
11.
Yep.
The audit report wasn't very good. And I would have questions about having that reviewed every 10 years when we have kind of a blistering review of the situation now. It seems that would make some sense to have a more current review, given the problems that were listed in the audit.
Yeah, so I mean, if you want to change the every 10 years to every 5 years, that's fine if you want to do that. My concern is that we just finished that. And so then if this year I do that, and I have another ongoing audit as well. So then if I then have to do another one, you may not get the benefits that you're seeking, which is kind of a more periodic look at this as opposed to cramming everything into once and then we don't look at it again for 10 years. So if you were to change the law that says do it every 5 years, something like that, that may make more sense.
Yeah, I guess I would like to, given that there are identified problems, see progress in addressing those problems
Yeah, so-
sooner rather than in 10
Yeah,
years.
so
or
all of
whatever.
those have been addressed. You know that we're required under these audits to go to fiscal committee, and we've gone to fiscal committee and closed out all of those issues. So. Okay, then the last thing as my overview that I wanted to provide for you is just kind of give you a sense as to positions. You have this document in there. And so what I have done is I've gone through every single position that is open and or unfilled. And I think that there are some positions, many of which are federally funded, some of which are generally funded, that we can eliminate at this point in time. If I need to come back to fiscal to get those positions established again, I can go ahead and do that. Many of those positions are, associated with federal programs, specifically some vocational rehabilitation, some DDS positions. What's been really interesting is that for DDS, over the years, since I've been here, we've added positions to DDS, almost every biennium budget, I think, at this point, right? Because because as I tell people, it's because we did a good job, and so the feds are saying, can you hire more people? Can you do more work? What's interesting, and you'll see that we had initially asked for 10 additional DDS positions because Social Security Administration asked us to do those. We are asking that those now be removed from our budget. We don't want those 10 positions, only because there is so much, it's so tentative relative to whether or not Social Security is going to ultimately fund that or not. They asked us in the last budget to fund a bunch of positions or to add a bunch of positions and get ready for capacity, but they haven't fully funded those even. So until they fully meet their obligations and fully fund the stuff they've given us, I don't see a need to add this to the budget, and knowing that I always have the opportunity to come to fiscal and to resolve a problem that way. So there's a number of positions there that that can be abolished, but then there are a number of positions that we have that are not filled that absolutely need to be there in order to be able to execute the mission. I think, as many of you know, it's difficult to find. It's not that easy to recruit people in the state, and we do our best. But a couple that I want to flag for you that I want to ensure that I cannot afford to lose these positions. So two are, 43257 and 43828, which are at the bottom. And this is our Bureau of Ed Opportunities, which has oversight for programs, our non-public school programs, as well as our home education program. So we've got, it's all the way third up from the bottom. We've got 24,000 students in these programs, and we have, this is not like a situation where we're, missing one out of a team of people. We have one person who administers these programs. That person took another job in the department doing school building, and so that position is currently open. And so right now, Caitlin and I, meet the needs of that program. And then as well, the Education Freedom Account administrator moved into another role at DES, and so that position is open as well. Again, an important program to administer well. And so we would ask, again, there's not like there's a team of people there. There's one person administering that program. And so that one absolutely needs to be administered. And the two other that I'm going to flag for you at the top of the list, 44967 and 44968, are ETF positions. You can see like the data vacancy hasn't been filled. We tried very hard to fill those positions. These are IT people. We were not able to fill them for an extended period of time. So we essentially contracted with a company to be able to do that work. So we basically have a contractor who's doing that. I'd like to keep those positions because if I find a way that we can actually get people as that contract kind of winds up, I can go ahead and post those positions, see if we can't hire those individuals internally because I think that they're important people to managing the student data, but we're getting good service from our contractor, so I'm not complaining about that. But we had these positions previously, and I think that we continue to want them to be part of that team. But if I can't find them, I can't find them. I still got to get the work done. So we did a contract for that. And so with that, I will pause, take any other questions, and then I know that my team stands ready to answer any questions that people might have.
Thank you. Representative Murray?
Thank you. I'm just awfully curious at the bottom of it's 13109. Who gets the chauffeur?
Yeah, I did. I'd say the same thing, right? So that is directly for the commissioner for me to be able to get over here to the State House and back. I'm kidding. She's like, what? No, that is just the state description of the position, but essentially it is in our blind services division. So individuals who are visually impaired, we are able to support them sometimes to be able to get them to doctor's appointments and stuff like that. So, yeah.
So is that a person? Is that a position, or is that something you would call Uber?
Uber isn't always able to work with somebody who's visually impaired. So basically it is a position that we have and we are able to staff it and keep them busy. If we can't, then we won't, staff it, but you'd be surprised how busy it can be. Yeah. A lot of doctor's appointments.
Representative DeRoy?
Are those for students or are those for the staff?
No, not for the staff. These are for our clients of vocation rehabilitation. So vocation rehabilitation provides, job counseling, job coaching, and supports to individuals in the state of New Hampshire between the ages of 14 and end of life who have disabilities. And so some of those individuals have disabilities and are not able to get to a job interview or not able to get to a critical doctor's appointment or something like that. And so we're able to support them in that way. Did I do okay with that? That's cool. Yeah.
Representative Hagen Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being with us this morning, Mr. Commissioner. I'm just interested to hear more about number 6 on your House Bill 2 spreadsheet,
Yeah.
the technical correction to adequacy, quote unquote, factor.
Yeah. So Caitlin, do you want to
Caitlin, can you come forward, please?
Yeah, sorry, come to the mic.
Stay back there as long as I can.
Exactly. When I leave, they're like, oh my gosh.
So that is literally left over from old law. So there used to be a fiscal disparity grant in the formula, and that was removed and combined in the extraordinary needs grant. But the word factor and that definition of factor was just left in the definitions, and it's no longer used throughout the adequacy formula. So we thought it'd be best to remove that language.
Just cleaning up the law.
Representative Murray?
Thank you again. I imagine we'll be going through this when we go through the line by line, but just in general, with regards to the positions that to be abolished, it said by and large they're federal positions. And I noticed that there are a lot of programs in the budget that it appears that a federal grant is no longer continued. And I assume some of these positions have something to do with the fact that that grant doesn't exist anymore.
I'm not sure which grant you're referring to.
Well, I mean, where'd my budget
So
go?
the only one is we have the System of Care grant. But is there another one that you're referring to?
When we go through it, we can get to it. I'm just curious, with regards to the federal positions, why aren't they needed anymore? And I appreciate that it is federal in that, but just when I went through the budget, I'm wondering, is there money that's being left at the federal table that should come to us? Because I see an awful lot of grants that are no longer being funded.
Yeah. So the federal is driven principally by DDS and by VR positions. And so what you'll find in VR is, again, it's a bureau that has about 80 positions in it. It is a bureau that experiences turnover. The nature of the work is such that there's turnover. And essentially what happens is you look at what I did is I looked at the last date I posted these things, and some of these haven't been posted for a while. And the reason they haven't been posted for a while is because we lost another position. So we just reposted that one. And so I guess what I would say is, given what we see as the movement through there, I have enough positions to satisfy my ability to fill the people that I can find. And so I think I know that this is a tough year and you guys are looking for a position. So I think I can live without that. And I'm not leaving any grant money on the table. Right? So we've not lapsed any grants back. And again, on the Social Security disability, same kind of a thing. It's at least a cohort of those employees are just, they're processors, right? They're just processing all day long. So you find turnover in there. But what happens is somebody turns over, we post that position. We don't go back and grab the old position and post it. So I have enough positions available to be able to keep my staffing at an operational level. So, yeah.
Representative Hacker Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious about the move of putting the Office of Commissioners funding, which used to be derived from the general fund, into the Education Trust Fund under the proposed budget. And I'm particularly concerned given that the governor's budget already drains the total of the Education Trust Fund by the end of 27. So I'm just wondering why we're shuffling more expenses into the Education Trust
So can you
Fund.
point out what you're referring to? I'm not sure I understand what you're referring to.
I think it's in HB1. The Office of the Commissioner used to be funded by the general fund, but under the proposal, it would now be funded through the Education Trust
I'm
Fund.
not sure that's correct. So if you can point that out,
I
I'm
hope,
still
I
generally
hope that's right. Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm generally funded, and my office is generally funded. Most days. Yeah.
Not every day, huh?
If I do a good job, I get generally
I think,
funded.
I
Otherwise,
think
I don't get any fun.
the section that proposes it is
Yeah, what
section
page?
18 of HB2.
Well, in the budget too, it's also on 1075.
We can go take a
underneath-
look at that. You want to go take a look at it?
I'm looking at it right now.
I need,
Office of the Commissioner is on page 1073 of the budget.
and then I'm looking at 1075 where it says the general fund,
So the education.
that's, and then,
fund,
do you see the line below, do you see the line before that? It's
Yes,
there-
so now I
the
understand
$5
what you guys are
million.
asking. Hang
Yeah.
on, this is easy. Yeah.
The $5 million is for the public school infrastructure account, which is on page 1072.
So that is coming out of the Education Trust Fund is the public school infrastructure. Those are those security grants that we talked about. But I don't believe we have any of, my cost or administrative stuff that's stuck in there.
Chairman, could I comment?
Yes, Representative Wilder. Sorry.
So, for many years, the Education Trust Fund just funded adequacy. And when we left the budget, that's what we'd done. We'd corrected it to just fund adequacy. Then the Senate screwed it all up. And they doubled the amount of money going from business taxes to the Education Trust Fund, which left us with a huge surplus, which meant we had money tied up we couldn't use anywhere else. It was poor planning. It was a lousy mistake, and I wasn't allowed to discuss it in the committee conference because we didn't have one. So this year, we're going to go back to just funding adequacy in Education Trust Fund, and it gives us more flexibility for what we do with general funds, which all these other things that Frank remembers were funded by general funds. So we're going to go back to that pattern again so we have more flexibility. Thank you.
Representative Roy.
I'm brand new to this, so forgive me if I ask a stupid question.
There's no stupid questions.
In your budgets, you have all these positions that have been there. Some of them have been there since.
Long time.
Yeah. Each year, are those funded? And if they are, where did all of that money go because they you weren't able to hire people.
Yeah. So generally, they are appropriated. Some of them are funded, many of them are not funded. And so there's no reason to carry them forward. They would only be funded if, for example, somebody turned over and then I had surplus funds, then I would be able to hire that position. But what I find is that I can turn over a certain number, a smaller number of positions and keep the operation moving. So some are funded, many are not funded, but all are appropriated.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
And then we're happy to do the line by line, and I've got a crack team behind me who's just itching to get up here and answer your questions.
Are you going to be disappearing?
I wasn't, yes,
Okay.
exactly. Unless
So-
there's a need, if the committee wants me to stick around, I can.
No, it's
stick
fine. I
around
just
for a
want to make
while.
sure that if anybody has any further questions for the commissioner, this would be the time to ask them. No? Okay. Thank you very
you.
much.
And if there are any follow-up questions, please feel free to give me a call. So you were gonna. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. If you are you planning to kind of start going through the lines and give us a bit of color, and maybe we'll start asking questions as needed, or would you rather do it in another way?
Whatever suits you. We can go through it line by line, account by account.
If we could, and just obviously focus on what matters and provide a little bit of color so we understand any variance, any changes in there, so we save the inevitable questions.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
So our budget starts on page 1071 of the governor's phase. In the very first account that we're looking at, that's the public school infrastructure. So you'll see that the zeros, and then we go up to the $5 million, which is on the next page. And that is because, as the commissioner discussed, we received $10 million from 23 surplus funds. So that $10 million did not show up in House Bill 1. In this document in front of you is just House Bill 1. That's why you don't see the $10 million. And that $5 million is education trust funds, unless it gets changed, as Representative Weiler was discussing. The next account is the commissioner's account. And if you look down on page 1073, that is generally funded, as it always has been.
Yeah, I just have a question because I'm looking at HB2 and there is a question to amend RSA 198:39 Roman numeral 1 to include funding the Department of Education operating costs within budgeted appropriations as subsection R. So I'm just wondering if the commissioner's office is currently funded with general funds, what is the purpose of the request to change the education trust fund?
Can I just ask what page you're on? In the HB2?
This was the old HB2, page 54. I don't have the new one in front of me yet.
What's the title? How about
So
that?
that is a modification of the current law. So the current law says, so if expenditures to administer programs funded on the Education Trust Fund pursuant to paragraph 1 exceeds appropriate amounts, the commissioner may request of fiscal, the general court, additional funding, and blah, blah, blah. So that is the existing law. The governor's office modified the existing law to what is funded there. However, we do have the authority to fund certain operational costs at the Department of Education through the Education Trust Fund right now.
I'm happy to let you continue, but can you just tell me where we are in HB2?
So
Give me the section number, anything? Does it have a name or a reference? Well, yeah.
So what that is though is the department does have the authority to go to fiscal right now to ask for additional costs associated with administering programs. So not additional costs associated with their program. So we wouldn't, if we needed additional money for say building aid, we couldn't go to fiscal to do that. However, if we needed additional funds to administer the building aid program, we could go to fiscal to ask for that. That eliminates that down essentially and takes the department's authority away for us to go to fiscal. It's restricting the department's authority.
So for those watching at home, I believe it's section 120 on page 54 of HB2 was introduced. Unless Mr. Landergan corrects me.
Okay, Caitlin, I'm so sorry. It's probably the fact that I've been up since 4 a.m. Could you say that one more time?
So yeah, so RSA 198.39 currently, and of course I don't have HB2 proposal in front of me. I have the current law, but the current law allows the Department of Education to go to fiscal to ask for additional funds to administer the Education Trust Fund. So this is one of those things that over the years, the legislature has added additional programs to the Education Trust Fund without granting the department the administrative ability to, or without granting the department additional funds to administer those programs. And so 2 years ago or 2 budget cycles ago, the department asked the legislature to give us the authority to ask you if you are putting a new fund or a new program or expanding a new program, if we could have the authority to request additional funds to operate that program. And it was determined that we could come to fiscal to ask for that authority. That's what's in current law. So let me give you a good example of this. So we have the charter school program. The charter school program is administered, or charter school funding is in the Education Trust Fund. We may need, for example, an additional person to oversee charter school funding. We had actually had some internal conversations even about requesting an additional position to provide additional fiscal oversight relative to charter schools. This was a conversation that came up last spring when we had 2 charter schools closed in the middle of the year, and there was thoughts about additional oversight. What the Department of Education could do right now in current law is we could request an additional position or funding from fiscal to do that additional oversight. And use Education Trust Fund dollars to do that because the charter school funding program itself is in the Education Trust Fund. This modification here takes that authority away. The department did not request that in HB2. I was surprised when I saw it in HB2, but that removes that authority from the department.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. So I apologize if that's the case. We know that there are like 3 open warrants currently in the trust fund. So like building aid, I'm so sorry, charters, court order placements, and there's another one, I'm sorry, I'm blanking.
Adequacy,
EFAs.
charter schools, EFAs, and court order placements.
Yeah. So are you saying that if we agree to this change, that it would limit the department's authority to go to fiscal to ask for that?
No. So the
overage?
department right now, so the language that I spoke of that's in the current law, the department has to go to fiscal to ask for the additional funds for that. For the ones that we have the warrant language on, we don't need to go to fiscal. We just write basically a letter to the treasurer's office asking them to increase appropriation to pay those lines. The warrant authority that we have is specific in the programs that are established. So if you look at how adequacy is established, it then it talks about the formula, and then it says the department has warrant authority. Same with education freedom accounts. It talks about the formula and all of the program, and then it has the warrant authority. So there is not any warrant authority on say building aid, so we couldn't ask for additional authority for that building aid. The department then on top of all of the programs has operational costs associated with operating those programs. We have a building aid administrator, we have a charter school administrator. Right now, the current law allows us, if needed, if the department felt needed, we could go to fiscal to ask for those additional appropriations to expand our operating costs associated with those programs. And so HB2, as the governor's office has proposed, removes the department's ability to do that.
Are you okay or? So I want to follow up with what she was just asking. So it sounds like you don't have this in front of you, the HB2, because I'm curious where in this section it's removing that authority that you're talking about.
So it
'Cause there's a bunch
changes.
of things in here.
Right. So what it does is it's the education trust fund section. Do you have it printed?
I
No.
have what you gave me, but I
Oh,
don't,
okay.
I do not
Um,
have it.
Give me my. I'll just grab my computer. Or maybe that's it.
Oh, okay, pass it.
I don't even see anything about the education trust fund. You're talking, Representative Hacken Phillips? So you're talking about a section that has the title Adequate Education Trust Fund, amend RSA 198:39, comma, blah, blah, blah. Do you see anything in there about the Education Trust Fund? That's what I'm trying to understand what she's talking about. Where? Give me,
So
read
it
what
says
you're.
it says page 55.
Okay.
Like it says page 55. I don't know that it's PDF page 55.
Page 55, yeah. Read what you're reading.
And it's letter R. It says to fund the department's operation costs within budgeted appropriations.
Okay, which doesn't mention the Education Trust Fund, just
Well,
to be
this,
clear.
so this section is specifically, so it's on page 54, the line before, row 26. So this is the RSA that establishes the Education Trust Fund. It's RSA 19839.
Okay. So that line that says to fund Department of Education operating costs within budgeted appropriations is taking away an authority from you. Is that what I'm to understand?
We believed it to do that. We haven't had any discussions relative to it. We saw it in this too, and we haven't had any additional discussions of, what the intention of that was, but we felt that that was what the purpose of that was.
And what authority is it taking away? Just
The authority that we currently have under RSA 18938, Roman numeral 3.
but in plain language, what authority?
If required expenditures to administer programs funded by the Education Trust Fund pursuant to paragraph 1 exceeds amount appropriated, the Commissioner of Education may request the fiscal committee of the General Court authorize additional funding. Amounts requested under this paragraph shall be charged to the Education Trust Fund.
Does everybody else understand how that's removing authority?
Yeah, I'm
So-
very concerned about that.
This is all itself screwing up the education process.
Well, I think the impact would be that if in fact, as the governor's budget proposed, that the Education Trust Fund was emptied by the end of the 27th biennium, that we would not be able to go and ask for the Education Trust Fund to be backfilled. Is that correct? Mickey, can you provide us any context?
Can I take a try? Maybe that might help. So I don't have the House Bill 2 in front of me, but that statute that's being amended is the permissible usage under statute of using education trust funds. So what House Bill 2 adds, this is just my interpretation. I haven't talked to the department yet about this. It just adds a couple permissible usage, including to fund education operating costs within budgeted appropriations. So there would still be a limit to authority granted to the department of how much the education trust fund they could use for operating, but this just statutorily makes it compliant as a possible use. So when I look at, like, for instance, accounting unit 2196, ETF administration on page 1171 of their operating budget. So from this account, they have a position budgeted. So to me, this House Bill 2 language would make it so that's permissible. Do you agree?
That's correct.
That Roman 3,
So say again, reference the HB1 again?
so in House Bill 1, accounting unit 2196 on page 1171 is relative, and the department can speak a little bit more about what this position does, but there is some operating costs relative to ETF here. So to me, this House Bill 2 section that adds an allowable use of the ETF for operating costs, I view it to apply to perhaps making this compliant. Relative to the department's authority to come to fiscal to ask for additional funds if it exceeds their budget amount, that's Roman 3, which is not changed by this House Bill 2. There could be, I think what the department is interpreting, that any operating costs would be bound by budgeted appropriations, therefore they couldn't come to fiscal. I can tell you that based on what Representative Weiler has talked about, plus whatever this committee does, we are going to completely probably rewrite this statute. So what's in House Bill 2 now, you can take it as, we're still trying to work through it, but ultimately we will probably have an amendment in this division to align with how you fund the Department of Education.
So right now, what I'm hearing, that this is more additive, it's not more restrictive, it's adding additional authority to go to.
Well,
Is
the
how-
authority to go to fiscal still exists, I believe. This, I think the intent was trying to just add more permissible usage.
Right,
You know,
it's
for the
additive.
cell phone policy, for instance, and then adding anything else for department operating costs, but within budgeted appropriations, making it clear, like, it's still going to be bound by what you appropriate, but as an allowable use. But like I said, we will completely revisit and probably rewrite this amendment and override it with something from this division in the coming days or weeks.
Thank you. So I kind of left the room there to use the restroom. Did we jump into doing HB2? Is that where we are? No. No, it's okay. I just, okay, so we're actually,
We're one page in.
we went, okay, perfect.
You were out for 1 minute. I mean,
I thought I was quick, but apparently not quick enough. So before we get started here on this, just to give you a heads up in terms of what I need, as we move through this, wake up. I'm not really looking at the PDF. I'm actually looking at your budget. So when you make references to PDF page numbers or actual page numbers, whatever you want to do over there, would you also reference account numbers? Because that's what I'm searching for over here.
Sure. So we had left off on discussing account 6001, which is the commissioners, that is generally funded. And I'll go through it unless you have questions and stop me. The next account is our 6165, the unemployment compensation. That is, mandatory that we fund that, along with the unemployment compensation, or I said that already. What's the next one? The workers' compensation, 8062. That ends the commissioner's division. And as you know, it is generally funded, as well as the Education Trust Fund. The next is the Office of the Deputy Commissioner. Our first account is Human Resources 1207. That funds our human resources staff. Next one is 2022, our governance unit. I think, okay.
And you can still also reference the page numbers in the HB1 for everybody else.
Okay. That's on page 1076.
Representative Murray.
Yeah, can you just explain a little bit there? It's one position left, so you went from 3 positions down to 2. And I see the personnel line going down in benefits, but have you hired, it looks like you've hired a temp person or a temp appointee on 50, no, line 50? Can you just speak to the shuffling around?
So we unfunded a full-time position and moved the available funds into the class 50 so that we could hire an additional investigator. Okay.
I have a follow, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at line, I guess, 102, contracts for program services. That expenditure has grown exponentially. Could you give us a little explanation of what's going on there?
I can. So we've had expenses rise over the last few years. We have our Brody Law contract that we need to do for the Title IX requirements. We have Everlaw, which is our right to know software. That software we need for redaction, and that seems to be increasing. We started out with like a $50,000 contract. We're up to $80,000. And the more right to knows that we get, the more that it expands, that contract expands. So that's why the price or the appropriation is increasing.
The line 235 transcription services that has also gone up. Is that also related to Right to Know, or is that something else?
Transcription. So that is 15,000 for 25 and we're asking for 10,000. So this actually gone down by,
I was looking at the total. I apologize.
sure. On page 1077, we've gone to the preschool development grant. That has gone down to 0. That was a grant that we received from USNH. Yes. Pass through. We have on 1078, we have accounting unit 3910, Senate Youth Program. That is funding that we receive through donations. On 1079, we have Teacher of the Year 4132. And that is our Teacher of the Year program where we do our promotion of the teachers. Yes. Page 1080 is our 4275. That's our DOIT expenses, general funds. It has increased slightly. 6002 is our business management account. Am I going too fast, too slow? Is this okay? Okay. On 1081, we move to the Deputy Commissioner's account 6003. And then page 1082, our statewide agency indirect cost plan 6004. Those are funds that we collect from our federal grants and pay the SWICAP to admin services.
So when that references agency indirect cost recoveries, what for the funding source 00C, what does that refer to then?
That is how we collect. So admin services requires that we have this in one accounting unit. So we assess an indirect cost rate to all of our federal programs. We collect those funds from those accounting units and dump them into this accounting unit. So then we pay admin services from this one accounting unit.
Thank you.
6006 is the Teacher Competence Fund. This is a trust fund that is held down in Treasury. And page 1084, we have our printing revolving fund, which is accounting unit 6530. This is how we pay for all of our copiers in the office. And then on that same page is accounting unit 7007. This is our fiscal management unit that oversees the finances of all of our federal grants. And that completes the office of the commissioner, deputy commissioner, I'm sorry. Our next division is education analytics and resources. So Caitlin, if you want to come up, if they have any specific questions. This is Caitlin's account. It's made up of federal funds, education trust funds, or I don't know if they are in that. General funds,
Account number?
sorry. You want to do it that way, or you want me to get the? Okay. So our first account on page 1086 is 2450 Charter School Startup Grant. That is a federal program. The next account is on page 1087, or it starts, is accounting unit 3041, Education Analytics and Resources. And it goes to the next page, 1088. On page 1089, we have our compliance account, 3042. That oversees federal compliance of all of our programs. On page
Oh,
1090.
One moment.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
think Representative Murray has a question coming.
I was keeping up for a while.
Sorry.
On 1089, get my thing line. It's coming, I mean, it was general funds, and then there's a big increase in it, and now it's from intra-agency transfers.
So the
thank
purpose
you.
of this fund is, or sorry, this accounting unit is there's 3 staff that oversee our compliance with 2 CFR, which is a federal general guidance over all federal grants. We have a team of 3 people that monitor school districts' compliance with that, and also assist the department with its own internal compliance of 2 CFR specifically. We spend a lot of time working with KPMG and our various auditors. U.S. Department of Education was here auditing us last week, actually. And so that's where those staff are paid. In the past, what we had done, this is really a change in accounting methodology. But what we had done was budget them in general funds and then bill them back to federal funds. And so what we have, because there's not enough federal funds to support all of the needs of that of those programs, unfortunately, of the compliance requirements. So we've just really done an accounting change. So instead of billing it back through class 10 now, you'll see throughout the agency, it's going to be billed back through class 29, which is interagency transfers. And so the general funds, rather than being budgeted in this account, are now going to be budgeted in the various different accounts that they support, which we felt was more transparent.
On page 1090, we have accounting unit 3044 NCES survey.
Can I ask what NCES survey?
National Center for Education Statistics. It's a survey that we participate in every year, and they give us a supplemental amount of funds to cover the training of the sending the staff to DC to participate in essentially the training and the results of that survey.
Thanks.
Then on page 1091, we have our education opportunities accounting unit 3046. On page 1092, we have our educational statistics.
Representative Murray. I mean,
sorry.
Hacken
Sorry.
Phillips. My apologies.
I'm particularly interested, this may not be the correct accounting unit, but I'm particularly interested in where refunds go. Or I'm thinking about the audit this past summer of the educational freedom accounts by our administrator that found about 20% of the audit showed inappropriate issuance of the EFAs, and at some point some of that money was supposed to come back to us, and I'm just wondering, has that money come back, and where would we see that?
So those funds are there's a individual accounting unit that education freedom accounts are in this budget. It's actually, I think, like the very last page. So depending on how long we go today, we'll get to that. But previously it was an accounting unit called 3054, and it was the education trust fund as a whole, and it had individual classes. One was a building aid class, was an adequacy class, one was an EFA class. So that would have been deposited directly back in that class. Same with that reconciliation that Kate Baker, when she was here on Friday, talked about, that when she talked about having that liability on her financial statements, that when that's refunded, we get the check back from her and we deposit it directly in that line.
You said previously, is that supposed to change in the future?
So one of the things you'll see that the department did under the suggestion of administrative services is, rather than having one accounting unit with all of the individual ETF programs in it, admin services requested that we have a specific accounting unit for each program within and a line within each one, so it clearly shows whether it's a grant or a contract or personnel expenditures or whatnot. So
Okay, on page 1092, the educational statistics account 3047. And then moving on to page 1093 is the school facilities 3058 accounting unit. Page 1094, we have our Federal Assessment Accounting Unit 3059.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. You're getting down there with 1095. So there's 7 positions lost. Are these some of the positions that are listed in the page that Edelblut submitted to us?
No, these are positions. So, what we had done in the past is we has housed a fair number of positions in this accounting unit that were actually data support positions, and then they were billed back to the appropriate program that they oversee. And so they've now been moved to the appropriate accounting unit. And as they support federal assessment, the federal assessment grant, which this is the one that we're talking about here, will pay for it through a time and effort. But really, they are in the data group as a whole now, so we can really have a stronger understanding of where our data positions actually are.
On page 1095, we go down to our New Hampshire Building Authority. There were no funds asked for that this year. And then Accounting Unit 3300 on that same page is our Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Those were federal funds, and that grant is no longer with us. On page 1096, we have Accounting Unit 3471, which is our school finance. And on page 1097, we have National Forest and Land 3472 Accounting Unit. Those are federal funds. Those funds are pass-through funds there's a formula that is given to us.
So they are funds that are earned from forest activities in national lands. Exactly. So it goes. So those funds go to the school districts, which have the national forest with them. I believe there's maybe some in Grafton and Carroll as well.
On page 1098, we have Accounting Unit 6715, the SLDS Finance Grant.
Student longitudinal data systems. Longitudinal data systems.
We have to shorten accounting unit titles because there's only a 30-character limit that we are allowed, and that 30 characters includes spaces, so.
Representative Hackman
Yeah.
Phillips.
I'm looking at line 102, contracts for program services. We're looking at a pretty big jump there. Could you describe what's happening?
Yes, so this is a 4-year grant, and fiscal year 24, really actually fiscal year 25 is the first year that we received the federal grant, and then we received additional funds for the next year. So we're anticipating this grant going for 3 more years, and it is to really realign our data systems specifically around school finance. So we're in the process right now. We have an RFP. I should actually say this is a public meeting. We have an RFP out right now for an accounting firm to hopefully help the Department of Education review and change its chart of accounts that school districts use for when submitting all financial reporting. The current system has been in place since 1999, and we're really hoping to have some modifications to that. So there's my commercial for the day. This is work that's needed in New Hampshire regardless, and unfortunately we were able to leverage federal funds to do that work. Hopefully those funds continue to flow. We're not sure what's going to happen with the federal government, but as of right now, we're planning on using grant funds for that initiative.
On page 1099, we have our Accounting Unit 7064, State Assessment and Accountability.
Because we joined an additional membership. So before we only had the state assessment membership, and we joined the state accountability membership as well.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. On 612, where did state testing get moved to?
That was moved to its own line within the education trust fund as well. So it has its own accounting unit. We'll see at the end of the book.
On page 1100, accounting unit 7128 is state longitudinal data systems. And page 1101 is our advanced placement fee for 7374. Our NAEP assessment is on the same page, accounting unit 7375.
The National Assessment for Education Progress. It would be a long chart. We have improved on NAEP.
On page 1103, we have, we end our educational analytics and resources accounting division. Our next is our higher ed, educational support and higher ed, which is Steve Appleby is the division director, so. First accounting unit on page 1103 is 1859 career school licensing. And that is our next is on 1104 is our scholarship for orphans of veterans. Accounting unit 1864. On page 1105, we have our New England Board of Higher Ed, that's accounting unit 1865. The next page, 1106, we have our higher ed transcript administrative fees, which is accounting unit 6777. On page 1107, we have higher ed Education Commission, accounting unit 8679. Page 1108, we have accounting unit 9008, which is our education credentialing account.
And what is the agency income there? What does that refer to?
Agency income, that's teacher credentials. Anything else?
Yeah, good morning, Steve Appleby, Director, Educator Support and Higher Education. Our Educator Credentialing Bureau licenses all K-12 public educators in our state as directed by the State Board of Education.
So those are the licensing fees that the educators pay?
Yes.
Thank you.
On page 1110, we have our Harriet Huntress Fund, accounting unit 9012. And then there's the Hattie Livesey Fund, 9014.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. In the organization notes, it talks about, given outright to assist worthy pupils in the state normal schools. Is that something that needs to be changed? Do we even refer to normal schools anymore? I didn't have normal schools growing up. My mom did.
So, thank you.
But-
Yeah, normal schools referred to Plymouth and Keene.
But is this the right language
So
now? I mean, I'm
that-
sure
that-
there are people who don't even know what a normal school is now.
Agreed. I would note that would be probably a legal question because in the these individuals left money to the state, and as part of that trust document, that's how they state these schools.
On page 1111. Oh, we're done higher ed. There you go.
Thank you.
Well done.
Our next division is learner support, I believe, and that's with Melissa Wright as the division director. Melissa White. Sorry. Our first accounting unit, that was 1074, that was a grant, is no longer with us. So we'll move on to 1573, which is the same grant but 2.0. Office of Student and Emotional Wellness, Promising Futures 2.0, Governor's Commission Fund. On page 1113, we have 2171, our Student Wellness Dash State.
Representative Murray?
Down the next page, can you speak to the cut in that program? It's out of the general fund. Yeah.
We were required to make general fund cuts, and in that program, you'll see that the contracts line went down.
With that program, we had initially had put in for contract services in order to have an evaluation done, a comprehensive evaluation of the statewide implementation of the MTSSB for behavior and supports. And it was more important to prioritize the staff that are actually going out and working with the schools on the implementation. So we did cut the contract for the evaluation. And hopefully we'll be able to use competitive grant funds and apply for those in order to do that work, that evaluation.
On page 1114, we have the School Nutrition Equipment Fund, 2172. Those are federal funds, that's a federal grant. 1115, we were looking to consolidate, chose not to do that, so those funds that were in there for 25 have been dispersed back to the federal grants from which they were intended to come from. So on the same page, we have accounting unit 2322, which is our school nutrition program, or part of it. We have many of those coming up. Page 1116.
You added a person there?
I'm sorry?
You added a person there in the nutrition program?
I think what they've done is we're trying to align our accounts with the federal reporting requirements. And so if there's a person there, that person has come from a prior or a different school nutrition account. Every time we think that we have our accounts aligned to how we can report, they change the reports. It's challenging.
Thank you.
You're welcome. On a page 1116, 2370, school climate transportation, that grant went away. Ended, I should say. The same with 2380. And so next we're at 2502, digital literacy for educators on page 1118.
And where is this agency income coming from?
This agency income,
That was from a competitive grant that was given to the Department of Education many years ago for improvements in digital literacy. And so we've just maintained those funds to be able to go out and do specific grant work, website development, that type of thing, to kind of help the schools. But the grant itself was provided to us years ago, and we've just kind of maintained that until the funds run out.
A federal grant.
No, this was actually a competitive private grant.
What does that mean?
So my understanding, it's similar to, I was thinking of the nonprofit here in New Hampshire that does a lot of the grants where they give out grants for different things. And I have to say, this was before I came to the Department of Education, so it's a little foggy in there. New Hampshire Charitable Trust, that's the one, provided that for this work.
Thank you.
On page 1119, we have instructional support, accounting unit 2503. And page 1120, we have our special education, accounting unit 2504.
So is that all of the federal funds that come related to special education? Or the vast majority of them? I mean, that's a better way to put it.
Correct. We received the 2504 is the IDEA funds that are for K to 12, and then we have 2505, which is going to be the preschool IDEA funds. Which will be on.
Which is
following.
on page 1121, starts. 1121 and 1122. Page 1123 is our state professional development is 2506. Page 1124 is our Project Aware grant that we no longer have.
Can you specify, did it end or?
Ended, yes. On page 1125 is accounting unit 2509, that's our Title I funds. On page 1126 is accounting unit 2510, that's our Title II funds. Then we'll move to page 1128. Accounting unit 2511 is our Title IV-B funds.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question on page 1126, account 2509. Obviously, I'm not unhappy about a large increase in federal grants, but I was wondering if you could give me an idea of how come we are so lucky. The federal grant lines have
So-
been increasing significantly, and it would be nice to understand why.
Okay. These grants are 27-month grants, so they allow for a carry forward. So we have a large carry forward available to us, so we need to increase our appropriation to be able to spend those funds.
Just when I was getting used to the second year carryover in the budget, now there is the multi-budget carryover. Thank you.
You're welcome. On page 1129, we have accounting unit 2512. That's our Title I-C funds, migrant education.
Can you speak to why that's dropped so much?
Thank you for the question. So we have seen a significant decrease in the number of students that qualify for the migrant education program. So that identification has gone down. We tend to find here in New Hampshire, there aren't a lot of, because it's agricultural, so there's very strict guidelines for how you can qualify for those funds. And so those students tend to be very little compared to like Vermont. They have a much larger population than we do. So we go out, we do the work of identifying the students, and then our funding is based on the number of students that are identified.
On page 1130, we have 2513, that's some migrant education consortium grant.
And that grant was a competitive grant that went along with that other grant so that we could increase our identification efforts and do an analysis. And that's where we were able to determine that those students, the numbers have decreased.
On page 1131, accounting unit 2515 is our homeless education grant.
Representative DeRoy.
Could you just explain what that grant is all about? I know it says homeless, but I mean,
Thank you for the question. So the McKinney-Vento grant is specifically part of Title I. So there's a component that that they carve out specifically targeting students that identify as homeless. And so we can provide our educators in the state some training on how to identify and support those students. In addition, they do get an allocation so that schools identify those students, then there's an allocation that goes along with them to help support those students.
On page 1132, Accounting Unit 2516 is our Title III, English learners.
Mickey,
I don't wanna-
Mr. Landry.
That's fine. I don't want to make us go backwards too far, but I think it'd be helpful for the committee. Can you go back to page 1120? So the IDA Special Ed 2504 accounting unit. That's where there's a big bulk of the federal fund or the federal positions that the commissioner suggested could be abolished. I don't know if you want to speak to those while we're kind of going through the accounting units and where the abolished positions are.
There were like
Yes.
how many?
So, do you want to speak to that, Bill?
There were UDL, there were several.
Yeah.
Which account specifically of those you're talking about?
2504.
It's the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, top 9 positions on this document. I just became aware of it just now.
So several of those positions are Universal Design Learning Implementation Specialist. Those were created. We haven't been able to fill them, which again, he has said he is eliminating some positions that we are having difficulty filling. If we need them, we can always go back to fiscal to request them as temporary full-time positions. But yeah, I think there's like 9 positions here.
So it's because on 1121, it shows 30 out of 30. There's not a change there. So those numbers are not reflected here. How do I find these cuts here when I don't see it on this page? It says 30 out of, it still
Right,
says 30
you-
people.
You won't, because this is we're looking at the governor's recommended budget. This document is, the commissioner is providing to Division 2 as an option for reducing our department count. So that it's not shown here.
But it is from this group of 30.
Correct.
Thank you.
So going back to page 1133, we have our accounting unit 2518, which is Title 4A. And on page 1134, we have accounting unit 2519, which is our Title 4B. Page 1135, we have accounting unit 2523, which is our Title I neglected and delinquent. And on that same page, we have accounting unit 2526, which is our school nutrition school programs. This is the funds that go out for food nutrition to the schools.
Representative DeRoy.
Again, I'm new, so I'm trying to learn what all of these things do. The school nutrition, is that 3 meals a day that you're supplying to all of the students? Is that what this is?
No, this is for the free and reduced lunch and breakfast program that we provide for students, and it's on a reimbursement basis. And so students that participate, they have available to them if they have a breakfast program, and schools that are operating it, and then a lunch if they're
So
operating
just
the
breakfast
school
and lunch.
nutrition program.
Okay.
If a school doesn't operate the school nutrition program, then they do not have get access to these funds.
And do we have many schools that don't?
We do.
We do, okay. That's it, thank you.
On page 1137, school nutrition FFVP, fresh fruits,
Fresh fruits and vegetables
Vegetables.
program.
accounting unit 2527. The next page is 1138, and then another school nutrition, child and adult food program. And the next accounting unit is 2529, which is the school nutrition summer food on page 1139. Page 1140 is our assessment professional development, accounting unit 2534. That is federal funded. Page 1141 is accounting unit 2851, out of school.
Out of school career pathways.
And on that same page, 1141, we have accounting unit 3014, which is special education state.
Representative Popovich?
If I may, just going back to the out-of-school career pathways, it's all federal funds, so I'm not gonna, worry too much about it, but I do notice the zeros in 27. Could you
That
help
was
me
a
on-
5-year grant.
All right, so basically the federal grant ends and we are wrapping up the program. That's how everything was scheduled to be.
Exactly.
There you go. Thank you.
You're welcome. On page 1142, we have 3015, which is our court-ordered placements. Those are education trust funds for the moment. Page 1143, we have school nutrition. This is the state matching funds to all of the other federal funds. That's accounting unit 3029. On page 1144, we have another food nutrition, child nutrition technical tech grant, accounting unit 3262.
Correct.
On page 1145, we have our robotics education fund, accounting unit 4021. Page 1146 is our CTE Voc Ed federal account, 4026. Followed by accounting unit 4027, which is our Voc Ed state account. Page 1148, we have our accounting unit 4028, which is a apprenticeship training fund. $11.49 is our accounting unit 4037. This is our federal adult education grant. With the next grant, accounting unit 4039 is our state adult education funds. Page 1152, we have 4045, high school equivalency. This is our HISET funds. And then the next accounting unit is 5060, that system of care grant. That was, I believe, also a 5-year grant that has expired. On page 1153, accounting unit 5075, 5707 was our COVID closeout funds. And then page 1154 is our computer science education program, accounting unit 6379. Those were one-time funds. Page 1155 is accounting unit 6401, which is our learner support. On page 1156, we have 6619, Stronger Connections. That is a federal grant. Sure.
Mr. Chair, I'm looking at page 1155, account 6401, the learner support. Specifically line 102, contracts for program services. It looks like that goes way up.
That is.
Could you describe what's happening?
Yes, we have, we're looking to implement contracts for our new special education system, student learning system, rolling out these systems and providing trainings for these systems. I don't know if you want to expand anymore, if they need more.
Well, and that was also budgeting for the special education audit if we need to proceed with that. So we put in some funding to be able to do an RFP for that work.
Is this part of the ask for for the departments of prioritized needs? Does this have to do with the learning platform?
No, thank you for the question.
Okay.
It is actually for a couple of projects, but one is the special education is currently, we have a very old system that has all of our student information systems. So we are rolling out a new one that's going to take place over the next couple of years. So we were able to utilize some of our COVID relief funds to get that project started. Then we braided in some federal funds, and then we're utilizing some state funds to be able to do the whole project, so that there's a braiding of funds to support the work, so that we have a new special education information system that can provide us with more robust data, more robust information, and is more user friendly and kind of timely as well. That's going to connect with our existing Alma system that Caitlin Davis's team has rolled out for the past
will
couple of
this
years.
be providing more specific data regarding individual IEP costs and that sort of
Correct.
thing? And at the same time, you're working with the local districts to provide that information? Is that all part of this?
Yes, it'll be the training. We'll definitely need a lot of training on how to utilize the new system.
Okay. And is this also related to the Medicaid funding system that you're having to bring in?
No, that is not part of the Medicaid system. I think that's something that DHHS is working on separately.
Okay. Because I have heard the commissioner speak in other places regarding the melding of those two, because you have Medicaid issues not issues, the wrong word, but potential for Medicaid funds in your world as well.
Correct.
And eventually you'll need to capture those through your systems,
Possibly.
and the local will have to do the same thing through their systems?
I think it's something that would be phased in. So currently, the project right now would not include that, but we could look further down the road in adding that ability.
So what do you expect in terms of the types of data, the kind of data, how much data you expect from what you're doing right now?
So currently, right now, with the invoicing system, and I think we've talked a little bit about this with special education aid, is that the invoices are all submitted almost kind of in a shoebox, but not really. I mean, it's upload of information into a system, and then we're going in, we're looking at it, we're then seeing those services. Are they in the IEP? Are the hours correct? And so we're doing a lot of that work manually, whereas this new system, everything would be more in real time and more alignment, so it wouldn't require that manual going through and review, because the student's IEP would be in there, and then they could automatically, enter those costs. And right now it's a very analog type of system where we're just uploading documents, as opposed to being able to go in and see that information in a system, in a dashboard type of format.
Will part of that require the local district? One of the, I was understanding, one of the issues is the local districts kind of make up their own descriptions or accounts or whatever in their reporting, so there's not a consistency across the state in terms of how they report these things. Is it going to help to address that problem, or am I misunderstanding
Yes.
that problem?
Yes, it will help to address that problem.
Okay, so they're being brought on board, the local districts are being brought on board of,
So currently they have to use our system, so they'll have to continue to use this new system that we roll out.
right, they're being brought on board with a new approach, if you will.
Correct.
Thank you, great. And when do you expect to start to have the results of that?
I appreciate the question. So our aim is actually to be able to, in about a year, to be able to have those schools that already have the system that they're utilizing, our Alma districts is what we like to call them, that they're already using that as a student information system. So in about a year, next January, we're looking at being able to kind of roll out with those, and then a full implementation, hopefully statewide, in fall of 2026.
And does part of that involve their districts reporting, not waiting until like June 30 or whatever it is when you get everything, or sort of throughout the year, or is it still going to be all at the end?
I think the hope is going to be, or we're aiming for having more consistent uploading of that documentation. But again, because of the way the legislation is written, it does require us to kind of go through and zero out other things before they can apply for that special education aid. So oftentimes they don't know their numbers until the end, but we're going to work on trying to have more timely uploading of the potential costs so that they're able to see more in real time what that looks like for those students.
Does that mean, it sounded like you referred to legislation. It didn't sound like you did refer to legislation. Is there changes that can be made that would help your process?
Well, I think right now the time frame that's actually in statute, we may have to just look at that once we are a little bit further along in our process, maybe for next year.
Thank you. Any more questions over around here? Thank you.
So on page 1157, we have Accounting Unit 7098, Special Ed Co-Curricular Activities. And on page 3930, same page, Accounting Unit 3936, we have Granite Advance Corporation. That is a federal grant. I believe that's a 5-year grant also. And then we move, that's the end of learner support. Okay.
Thank you.
We move to workforce innovation. If you have any questions, I have Rich Sala here for VR anyways. So the first thing you'll see is on page 1160, you'll see the Accounting Unit 2537 VR admin program. And it's all zero. That's because we've moved everything. This is another federal reporting thing. So we've moved, instead of having 2 VR accounts and trying to figure out the federal reporting, we've changed the way that we're documenting things internally in the office so that we can do the federal reports more efficiently. So we've moved all of the funds into one VR account, which
What is that account?
2538. Is that on the next page? Might be a couple pages over. That's on page 1161. So you'll see that there is an increase in the funding, and that is why you see the increase in the funding is because we took 2 accounts and made it into one accounting unit. So then we have Accounting Unit 2539, which is our supported employment. Account on page 1163, we have Accounting Unit 2542, Independent Services Part B. The same page, we have our Accounting Unit 2543, interpreter certifications. On page 1164, Accounting Unit 2544 is independent services, blind state. On page 1165, we have our John Nesmith Fund, Accounting Unit 2547.
Thank you. I'm just curious about the John Nesbitt because it's a new fund apparently. And was there an additional money added to it for the trust fund? I assume someone set up a trust fund in his name for a particular purpose, and it looks like the fund is growing. Or how much? You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
It really is not a new fund. There were no funds spent in it last year in '24. So this is again an interest-bearing fund, so the fund is actually growing. That's why we've had additional appropriations. You're welcome. On page 1166, we have our vending stands, 25, Accounting Unit 2548. Followed by Accounting Unit 2549, Independent Services, Blind Federal. And that is all of the VR programs. The next one is our Accounting Unit 2550 on page 1168, which is our Disability Determination Services account. Yes, and there were several positions, as the commissioner discussed, that we were looking to get rid of. So that count of 78, I don't know if it would go down by like 10 maybe. I don't remember the count exactly. Oh, we do have one more. Independent Services Part B State is Accounting Unit 3006 on page 1169. And then our last accounting unit in that division is 3474 Office of Early Childhood. And that, oh, no, I'm sorry, I misspoke. On page 1170, we have our CART provider, Accounting Unit 5715. That is a new accounting unit, revolving funds. I think we developed that accounting unit in anticipation of receiving funds through a fee, the CART.
Oh, this, so.
Yeah.
This was because we recognized that we had we have an RSA that allows us to provide tuition to CART providers and interpreters. If those funds were available, we could use it, but we didn't have any place to put it. We just recognized that we did, but we haven't used it in quite some time. So it does, and I was afraid you were going to ask that. I'll have to get back to you. I can't remember.
And so that ends that division, and then we move on to the Education Trust Fund. Caitlin will come back up. So on page 1171, we have the Education Trust Fund Administration Accounting Unit 2196. And
Just on this particular item, I'm looking at line 010. It looks like we're having some additions here.
So these are the positions that we kind of talked about before that had been spread out throughout the different accounting units. They all work on our state systems, our data systems. And so we've moved them here so we can really see what the costs of operating our state systems are. And then they're being billed back as appropriate. So some of these positions, one of them I can think of collects college and career readiness indicators. And so that's about 25% of their time, and that's something that's required of the federal assessment grant. So 25% of their time will be billed back to the federal assessment grant. Some of these are just it's really more just of a kind of a truing up of where the positions actually, the work that they're doing and the support that they're doing versus, you know, where they were living. Because if a position was before like living under a federal assessment grant, the federal assessment grant was being billed for additional costs associated with that position, which is really not allowable. And so that's really what we did here with this budget.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you. I just wanted to jump into that question that wasn't answered earlier. A bit of quick searching seems to define CART as Communications Access Real-Time Translation. So,
All right.
and
Good to know.
since ASL is American Sign Language, we have a general understanding of what that budget item is for. Sure, Communication Access Real-Time Translation, CART. It's one of the many, frankly, weird acronyms that the government sometimes use to make sure regular people have no idea what they are reading about. So, honest to God. But, you know, this is from the New Hampshire DHHS, by the way.
All right, so moving on to page 1173, we have the Education Trust Fund. As you can see, this is accounting unit 3043. We have a lot of zeros in this biennial budget. And those are the accounts that were moved, those are the funds lines that were moved to their own individual accounting unit. So you'll see the first one, 3445 on that same page, charter schools, starts out as zeros for 24-25, and then it has $66 million for 26-27. And you'd have to like look at charter schools and then go back up to accounting unit 3043 and find the charter schools, which is in that accounting unit, class 611, to see that it was 60 million, 61 million, and then come back down to this accounting unit to be able to see how the money flows.
I should add, relative to charter schools, we have additional information that we can provide after this or after lunch. I know you have the whole day budgeted to the Department of Education, so we have more adequacy charter schools and EFA handouts. We don't need to keep everybody else here to do that, so we want to do that later.
So on page 1174, we have the education freedom accounts. Again, that does tie back to the accounting unit 3043. On page 1175, we have 3447, which is the EFA phase-out grants. The next accounting unit is 3478, which is state testing. I know it can be a little challenging with on page 1176, we have our school building aid. And this is just the tail. So there are no additional new projects in that. Accounting unit 3998 is building aid lease. On page 1177, we have our special education aid. On page 1178, we have accounting unit 40. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so on that one, both that one and the previous account, the funding is grants non-federal, correct?
Correct.
So what does that refer to? What
So
in
the-
those two instances?
That was the change that admin services wanted us to do. They wanted us to follow their chart of accounts, which prior, so if you look at the special education aid, in accounting unit 3043, it was a class 629, which was created specifically for that accounting unit. And they wanted us to move away from creating special classes and instead use the existing classes. So in this example, these funds that are going to the schools are grants, but they're not federal grants, they're state grants.
State grants, okay. That's what I-
So you'll see that we
So that would
use-
be, just to put it in terms I understand, that would be part of the adequacy formula that we,
That's the catastrophic aid funding. That
that's
we've been
Cat
talking
8,
about.
okay, thank you.
Yeah. Really sure, so we did building aid, did we, and 3998 on page 1176 was building aid lease. I might be repeating I am. On page 1178 is accounting unit 4074, that's tuition and transportation. Those are our matching funds to our Perkins grant. And then accounting unit 4076 is the cell phone free education grant. It's cell phone free, not a free education grant. And that concludes our budget.
Question. So, we're hearing on the news that the new Secretary of Education federally is saying, we're going to send you all just a block grant. Have you started to plan for how that's going to work out?
Well, I think we really need to see the language that they use to do that first, but we do have grant methodologies that could work here in New Hampshire already. So Title I, for example, is for educationally disadvantaged students. We have in our adequacy formula, a formula we use for educationally disadvantaged students, where we heavily weight free and reduced lunch and equalized valuations. That's the extraordinary needs grant. So there's no reason why something like the existing extraordinary needs grant couldn't be used for determining that, but we really want to see the language before we spend a lot of time and effort going down one path and then they've said something entirely different. So
Any changes that we're going to make in the legislature, probably be in the second year. We wouldn't know in time to get it done.
well, we likely wouldn't need legislation to do it because we have the funds budgeted already in just a generic grant line. It's just the way that it's distributed. So
And you expect you get it roughly the same amount or maybe more?
we're certainly hopeful we'll get the same amount, but there has been little communications.
Thank you.
Other questions? Comments? Go ahead, Representative Hacken Phillips.
I'm just looking at the House Bill 2 spreadsheet that the commissioner walked through briefly this morning. And I'm looking at item number 3, the adequacy final calculation. If I'm understanding correctly, schools update their, they update the Department of Education twice a year for this purpose, but the department's asking for only one calculation. Is that right?
No, that is not correct. Schools have two major deadlines, but then schools sometimes change their data after those deadlines. And so what we're really asking for is, so we run adequacy on October 1st of every year, and we give it to Department of Revenue. And Department of Revenue uses that to set tax rates, and then we use that against our tax warrant to say like how much they have to raise after the amount they're getting. Then for some reason, and I think this has existed before the Department of Education had the quality data systems that we do now, the law requires us to go in and recalculate it again in April of the year. So right now in March, we are recalculating it again for April 1st. Most of the schools haven't, their data hasn't changed at all. But some schools have had one or two kids change here and there. They would be identified the previous year. The department doesn't really feel that there is any value in that exercise of rerunning it a second time. So we just asked to take that out of the requirements. Now, we did want to build something in if a school did for some reason forget a whole bunch of kids the previous year. Somehow they determined they forgot all of their free and reduced lunch kids. We wanted to say, well, we do want to have a mechanism for that, but because it's so far and few between, we don't want to have to do it for all schools, especially because it's after the tax rates are being set. So we didn't think that had any value.
Senator Roy?
Please don't take this as anything other than something to help you. As a new person, when I'm going through all of this, obviously I don't know all the acronyms that you're using. Obviously, I don't understand all the grant processes and what have you. The accounting is accounting. However, it would really behoove me, or maybe others, if you had a separate sheet and you put down everything that you explain. Because you're here, look how many of you are here, not that we don't want you here, I don't imagine, but we're wasting your time asking questions that a little footnote for each one, why it changed and it went to here, or, this one's being eliminated, this one's being added, whatever it might be, might help all of us. And prepping us for, now this is just me, maybe the rest of you don't feel that way, to ask you more pertinent questions that we wouldn't necessarily think about because we're so focused on, okay, where did this go? What's that? You know what I'm saying?
We can
Does that
certainly
make
look at that
sense?
for future presentations.
And it might save you time too,
So where are we going from here?
Do you want to talk about charter schools and adequacy today?
So, as you all know, there's $1.23 billion of education trust fund appropriations that the department is prepared to take a deeper dive into. They have additional handouts, so district adequacy, EFAs, charter schools, plus we can talk about the other specific levels of funding that the governor proposed. You have 45 minutes now before lunch. You could start, maybe take a break, and then come back and finish. Probably won't get everywhere you want to get to this morning, but we might as well use the time. Maybe
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if people need a break before getting into that, or just want to keep going.
Can you last for 45 minutes and then just take a 5-minute break right now? Okay, go ahead. You all can take a break too if you want for 5 minutes.
Stretch my legs for
Hey, listen, I didn't go to bed until 2:30 this morning. So the first thing I'd like to do, if I could get the committee back. Chairman Weiler?
I think it's gavel.
Hit him if you want. Thank you.
That's why you bought it.
Just want to throw it down just in case, I guess. So the first thing I want to do is talk to the committee, separate from the group, the people presenting. They've asked, there's two particular people that are here that could cover a couple of things and then be done, if possible, if we have questions. The two areas are the special education catastrophic aid and the building aid. Building, is that what it was?
Building aid, yes,
Building
correct.
aid, yeah. So the question is to the committee, Representative Weiler, this includes you. Do folks here have questions they would like to ask about, first of all, let's take catastrophic aid. Special education catastrophic aid.
And specifically, so there's amounts that are in the budget. The governor changed those amounts. We've had robust conversations about these grants at this point in front of this committee and the House Funding Policy Committee or House Funding Committee. And our question really to you is, what else do you need from the department to be able to make a decision relative to the budget and where you want to go for both building aid and catastrophic aid, state special education aid?
Go ahead.
I guess it would help me. As you know, I like the narrative, and perhaps you can take us back and just go through. You sort of not necessarily. I don't want a history, but just a narrative of how this has spun out and what you see in the future of what We're here to try to help you. What your needs are going to be, how you would see catastrophic aid develop or undevelop.
Thank you for the question. And I'm going a little bit off the cuff here. My computer died. The battery's done. So when we were looking at doing the appropriations a few years back for this biennium, at that time, the $33.5-ish million was in alignment with what we were anticipating. So now that the cost this year being $50 million, it wasn't really something we would have anticipated years ago, and so that's why we have a shortfall with the appropriation, and we're seeking the 16 million to kind of make up, or that is in the governor's budget to kind of make up that 16 million, and then going forward we're looking at funding it at 50 million. But I think that it was a few years before that. I think we were at 22 million. Off the top of my head, I could be wrong about that, and maybe.
It's on
Page 1177. It's a county unit 4073. That will show you what the governor's proposed, but you have to remember this is one of those accounts that shifted. If you want to see the history, it's on page 1173.
Are you in the middle of finishing your thoughts or?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
Representative Weiler,
finished.
or Chairman Weiler?
This cat aid, it shouldn't come as a surprise at the end of the year that we're 50 million behind or whatever the figure was. We should be getting periodic updates, otherwise we're not going to approve them. I mean, you can't just decide at the end of the year, oh gee, we went thousands of dollars over what we thought. They knew that all along, they just didn't bother to let anybody know.
Well, I think it's a little bit, thank you for the question. It's a little bit challenging because the way that it's written, you're doing the formula after the fact. And so they have to, look at spending down. One of the things that we looked at too was ensuring that you utilized all of your federal funds here, making sure you utilized all of your, the available ESSER funds that came specifically for special education aid. So we did have them go through to make sure like you utilized all of these. Then we're looking at calculating the formula based on those costs in arrears, and so it takes time for us to go through and to be able to review all of that. I think we've talked a little bit about what are some ways we could possibly structure this so that we have the ability to do it more up to date, but I think that we're a bit limited by how it's written because we have to follow the timeline specifically. So,
But the questions I was asking you earlier regarding what you're doing over the next few years
Correct.
is hoping to address some of what Representative Weiler was raising?
yes, we want to be able to implement a system that to do more of this in real time because again, we were functioning kind of, here's your box of receipts that years ago you used to take to your account. Okay, figure out everything that happened for me last year. We're getting away from that so that it can be done in more real time and also so that it can help the districts kind of look at in real time what's going on and how they're looking at those expenses.
Does that help, Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, when Chairman Orff asked earlier, what would you like? I have a list, but I know that you also are not in a position to deliver on that because what I really want is to understand that the Department of Education at some point in the future will have the ability to really drill down into the special education costs at the student level if needed and just understand both what's going on, which I understand today with the current reporting, you guys cannot do that. I get it. And also taking it one step further down that road, once we start understanding how much we are spending for every service, for every child, there is a database that again the department can look at and analyze, right? Then hopefully we'll be able to see if there is any way to standardize or find appropriate costs for some of those and services and determine whether there are more cost-effective ways for the various school districts to find the same services, to offer the same services, but maybe have a broader contract from the state that gets better prices and so on. Obviously this is far down the road, but just in terms of the long term, in the meantime, we'll soldier on with what we have. So I really appreciate how hard you guys are working. I understand right now you cannot get that data and that frustration that Chairman Weiler was expressing about only knowing post facto that we have a cost overrun, and not just post facto, but like half a year after the school year ended. Obviously, that's a process that needs fixing, but you guys are in the process of fixing it. So we'll patiently wait and support you on the way so we can get there.
Thank you.
Maybe this will help as well. So y'all should be aware that the Education Funding Committee has a bill coming to the floor this week specifically related to this catastrophic aid situation and specifically related to the proration component of it. So the governor has, as they indicated, added more money into the budget to essentially cover what if it doesn't increase yet further. And that bill currently will be coming before the House, sets a specific floor on the proration value, if you will. So go ahead, Representative Murray.
Yeah, I was just wanted to follow up with, I guess the problems of proration, how it impacts the school districts. And it seems in the past few years, the amount that's been prorated back to the school has increased. It was like at 20% for a while. Was there a point where it reached 30%? Or can you give some history as to, because it's not fully funded, how it goes back to the schools?
Are you talking about if that 16 million were to be appropriated? Or are we talking about the past?
In the past.
So
hopefully going forward, that would not be an issue.
So we did provide a document to you that looked at from 2007 to about 2025 that had that proration amount. So it has fluctuated throughout the years. So it's like, we're at 100%. And then about in 2012, we got to a point where we were at that 69%. And then we were able to go in and add in funds slowly, but we were still at that 70% range until we got to 2020, where it did go up to 30.8. And then that's when we were at that 94 to 100%. So I think the challenge is there's an amount that's appropriated. That's all we can spend. We're going to have to prorate it. If the legislation was worded where we were able to draw down funds, then we don't have to do the proration part, or the proration is taken out. I think I've seen some legislation that proposed taking out that proration and then the ability to draw down those funds, but I'm not sure. So, I mean, right now we have to go with the way that it's written, which this year put us at that 69%. Last year was 87%. The year before that, 98%, 100%. So we were meeting our obligation for the most part until this year.
So the bill I'm referring to, if I'm not mistaken, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, it sets a floor on the proration of 80%. Is that? Yeah. It wouldn't drop below 80% with this bill, and they'd have a warrant to draw in order to satisfy that.
And just to talk about planning, right? Because one of the stresses that this creates to school districts is that they're attempting to budget and they don't know what level to budget on this, particular aid for, and they hope to get 100%. And actually, the department has done pretty well lately in getting that 100% or close to it until the last budget cycle when, everything seems to have exploded in terms of costs and everybody. Again, we were told earlier this morning that the school budgets are like 60 million over on that line. So there has been a unexpected spike in special education costs that, we couldn't address. But the reason why the bill coming to the floor has a floor on it is that while the idea is to give every school district 100% of what they aim for, at least this way they can budget for 80% and know that it won't get below that. So, trying to guarantee 100% probably is not fiscally possible. So we try to do the best we can to give the schools the predictability while at the same time not heading straight into unexpected cost overrun. So.
When Mark gets up here too, he can talk you through really how it works when a district budget is prepared and then when the tax rates are sent too. So we could do that as part of Mark's presentation, kind of step by step, because that's probably an important piece for the committee to understand. And this is part of that, but adequacy is part of that, as is building aids. So
Go to Representative Murray.
I was just saying, having the 80% floor, I can see the value in that. But if you're looking at percentages, that still doesn't help the school district know exactly how much they're going to have to pay, not knowing what they'll have to expend on for any particular student for special ed. So I see it gives a binder, but it gives a range. But, it's 80% of an unknown number.
And that's part of why this fund was originally developed, was the state catastrophic aid fund, was because school district would have a high cost special education kid move in and they wouldn't necessarily have budgeted for that kid. Or in some of these small school districts, some of these kids' costs could be a large percentage of their budget. And so that's why we had state special education funding outside of the adequacy formula, which provides a base amount for all special education kids. We were saying, no, this amount right here is we want to help school districts in response to these high special education costs associated with certain children.
Representative DeRoy.
In terms of that, would it be advantageous for the funds to follow the student to the next district?
They do.
They do.
Yes.
So
it's paid 1 year in arrears. And so the way it works is, so if I attended Concord High School for half the year and my costs were $100,000, and Concord High School, Concord School District, because there's probably an out of district placement, but Concord School District accrued $50,000 of my costs, and then I moved to Hopkinton halfway through the year, and then Hopkinton paid for the rest of the $50,000. We split that up to the different schools because we don't make so we just made a payment in January of 25. That was for school year 23-24. So the way it works is school districts go through the entire year. They figure out all of the costs associated with a certain child. They submit that to the Department of Education. The Department of Education calculates what the allowable costs are and then what the formula would project and then the proration, and then we make the payments in the following fiscal year.
Other questions on this topic? Okay, I guess you are released. Thank you for staying a little extra time.
Same question relative to building aid. What
Right,
do you,
so go ahead.
because the committee, we've presented some materials. We've explained how the tail works, the new projects works, everything like that. To make sure that you're in a place to make a decision in 3 weeks here, 2 weeks now, what else do you need from me and my team to make you successful?
I'm interested to hear about the applicants that are currently in the pipeline for this go round who potentially will not be serviced. So I'm just wondering, is it the same folks from before? Is it a bunch of new people? What does that
So,
class look like?
you may remember me saying that there was a change in the law that was probably helpful to the way the building aid program works, but is going to upset Division 2. And this is specifically what I mean. So the way the program was changed is the Department of Education accepts applications annually now each year. We have a list. We keep that list. Once you are on the list, you get to stay on that list until you're offered funding. So this is really the first year of that happening, and so you being on Division 2 before are used to us showing up with the list and saying here's who the funding would go to, because in the past the department had that information by January 1st of each year. I did present the committee a copy on February 5th of the existing list, and I can send that again if you don't have it, but that's what our existing list is. We are accepting applications right now and should have additional projects added to that list after they are ranked. So the applications are due to the Department of Education on April 1st. Then the Department of Education goes through a fairly rigorous ranking process, and then the State Board of Education will validate that list and publish that list. I believe it's by July 1st of each year, but I'm not actually sure on the publication date of that list. So it will not be available in time for the budget. However, you have a list of, I think, about 13 projects right now. So I think it's safe to say that if you were to provide funding in building aid, it would likely go to the 13 that are on that list before it would go to new applications.
And just as a follow-up, if we're only appropriating for the tail, that means folks who have spent money on their application process, but because we're not funding any new projects, we'll miss out on another cycle.
That is correct. That is one of the advantages of the new program, though, because in the past you had to submit an application each year for the list, and now when you've submitted that application, you get to stay on that list. And there's a way for schools to update their costs associated with the project and stay on the list. And that's one of the things that was heavily talked about and debated when the program was rewritten.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you. So just a quick question, which you kind of answered, but I want to make sure I understand it correctly. Obviously, it's a good thing that people don't have to reapply every year, especially since most information is the same. So why would you have to? But I think you indicated that we don't really reseed the list every year, right? So if I was number one last year, will I still be number one this year? Or at the end of the submission period, we take the people who were already on the list and the new people on the list and shuffle everything from scratch?
We do not re-rank the list. So who is number one right now will stay number one, and like 1 through 13 or 1 through 17 on the list will stay exactly the same. And then number one from the new ranking pool on April 1st this year will become the next one on the list.
Understood. So there is no situation in which the ranking could change based on the changes in the district circumstances over the years?
So what could change is the percentage the state would provide. So at the time when we award the money, a school district is eligible for 30 to 60% of the project costs when you look at their equalized valuation and median family income, or it might be free and reduced lunch percentage. And so that amount could change. So if a school district were to get substantially poor, so they submitted 2 years ago, they're on our existing list right now, and all of a sudden they have a lot more free and reduced lunch kids in the district. Maybe they were only going to get 30% of their project in the past. They may get 60% of their project this year.
Okay, but none of the factors that go into the ranking would be reassessed then?
Correct.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a policy thing. Obviously, the department does what the legislation asks them to do. I find it to be a bit strange policy that if a new school has a compelling case that would normally put them at number one, they cannot get onto the list because the first 10 spots are taken. But as I said, that's the legislation and the policy, and we deal with it as is right now. So thank you.
Representative Roy?
But that changes if somebody drops off, right? We talked about that. Somebody might drop off and then the next one comes up, the
Right,
next one,
right.
the next one comes up,
Right.
right? And then there's others that probably decide, well, we can't do this because there's no funding, so, you know. so-
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And they don't necessarily need to drop off either. They just can say, we're not going to do it this year. They'll still stay on there, but somebody below them will get the money. Representative Murray?
Thank you. School districts have to have community buy-in to do a project. You know, they have to raise their own funds, right?
Correct.
Do warrants run out? Is there a time limit on warrants? I'm asking because I simply don't know. As if a school is bumped and bumped and bumped over, like, you know, there's nothing on the budget for this year, so that's putting it out for another 1 to 2 years for schools. Do warrants get reconsidered, or do you know anything about that?
I don't.
Because they could lose their community support potentially.
Yeah, I think they would have to put it back on the ballot because they would have to do a bond based on the time of the warrant, and I'll verify that for you, but I'm pretty sure that it would need to be.
Come on up, Mark, in
bonded.
case you need it. Don't be uncomfortable.
That specific question, I don't think I.
Oh, okay. But
No,
just
we don't-
might as well be there just in
Oh, you
case.
come on up, Mark.
Mr. Chair,
Creative with your warrant articles, I just don't know what's gonna be.
I got
really binding, that's the question.
Okay, Representative Popovich?
on the warrant article is good for that year. So you got your approval in March. If you happen to get the funding, great, you can go forward. If not, you're going to have to go back on the ballot every year. So that, I mean, unless the warrant language specifies it's a, you know, non-lapsing and so on, which would be highly unusual for this stuff. So you can safely assume that a town who passes a measure this March and doesn't get funded will have to put it on the ballot again in the hope that they get funded then and so on.
So and part of the way that the program was redesigned was because to allow schools to have an idea that the state would be providing funding. So now a town, the way that it kind of works now is the state budget will be finalized. Then we will be able to offer funding to certain people on the list. Then they can take that and generate their warrant and then go to vote. And they have up to 3 times based on the timing of, you know, when the funding is made available to pass that locally. Where in the past it kind of was backwards, and then we were having people not be able to take advantage of that. And that's what we don't want.
So, without having any funding at all this year, no funding projects, that could potentially go back to some schools, communities who passed a warrant. The warrant after a year would not be enforced anymore, and they would have to do another warrant in order to continue potentially to get refunding. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Assuming that the warrant is contingent on them receiving state funding, they could certainly go through and build the project entirely with local funds.
Yeah, right. After everything has been approved, I'm trying to avoid a school kind of getting stuck in the mud here. When do they start the project? So assuming that they have the warrant and they've been approved, how much time do they have before they can actually?
I mean, that
Before it
really
starts.
depends locally, because the school districts have to get all of the contracts in order, and some of them are ready to go basically the day that warrant passes. I mean, really, the warrant is for the next school year so right now in March, they're voting and for the next budget year, so you really need to wait to get that. But it's across the board.
I will, obviously second your earlier comments. They are correct. Some districts are ready to put a shovel in the ground really quickly. Some may need to do a bit of preliminary work, retain something and so on. I would say that based on my understanding of what has happened in the state, most schools are pretty close to shovels. Otherwise, they would have a hard time coming with a good estimate to put on the warrant. So because of that, they tend to really kind of have it ironed down. But again, year over year, you have new contracts, inflation, changes in availability of suppliers, and so on. Right.
Yeah, typically the project plan is very well developed at the time. I
Right.
mean, it's needed for the application. So a lot of the architect work has been done, design work, the engineering design work has been done relative to the project to help them associated with costs.
But-
So it's really just where they're like on getting all their contracts signed, going out to RFP and all of that work.
Yeah. And very importantly, the DOE does not impose a timeline. Once you are approved, they will just patiently wait as you are going through your stages and wait for you to meet your milestone and disburse what's appropriate, right? The DOE doesn't have a, no, you got to finish in 5 years or your funds are gone.
Finish,
Propolis.
correct, but you do have to start your project within a
Oh,
certain
of
period
course, you
time.
cannot just sit on the funds forever, but as long as progress is made, there is a lot of flexibility from the DOE in terms of the timeline and how
Yes.
long it may take
Yeah,
them. and
we
so
are
on.
actually working with a school right now, who I think was approved in 2019 to finalize their project, so.
Okay, it looks like we're clear on the building
Okay.
aid. So I guess you can be excused, Mark. Have a great day.
Mark is adequacy.
Oh, he's adequacy. Who was the other person that had to go? Was this Mark?
Oh, just Mark, yeah, and I was gonna.
But he's not really going.
Do you want to do lunch though, now that it's almost noon?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. So that was my next question. Should we? This is a commission for our committee. A question for our committee. Do you all want a break now rather than sort of starting something and interrupting it and then? Go ahead.
So Caitlin
Please
brought up
introduce yourself.
Mark Manganello, Bureau of School Finance, Department of Education. Just one thing Caitlin brought up about the mechanics of how special education aid work, and I think we've talked about this as a committee before. So when districts, typically you're doing your budget throughout the fall, and then you're presenting it to the voters in the spring. And so they have to plug in revenue estimates, and they're essentially telling their voters, they make their best guess, and they don't know what the future holds. So they'll plug in a number for special education revenue that they think they're going to get, and they'll tell their voters that. And then if you go to town meeting, of course, people say, don't want to give you an estimated tax rate because it's really hard to estimate, but they'll try their best to give the voters an idea of what they think is going to be the tax bill. And so when they're making those estimates, they might assume special education aid will continue without proration. And so if proration does happen later, basically the revenue estimates that they talked with their voters when they passed the budget, it's not going to be there. So then when we have more recent, more current data and taxes are being set, that's when that proration really gets communicated out to the SAUs. And so from there, maybe they might have assumed that special education was going to come in, it gets prorated, and then the tax bill's higher than maybe they advertised at town meeting. So that's sort of the effect of proration as far as they were expecting that money to come in, didn't fully come in, it got prorated. And so that's sort of mechanically what happens at the district level.
Fully agreed. In an ideal world, a school district being aware of the possibility of proration would have some unassigned fund balance they can use rather than increase taxes, or would have some reserve fund set aside for special education. But I will say on the record that that's an ideal practice and not every district in a position to implement those, but those practices would decrease the odds of having to send a tax bill that's higher than expected. But again, not every district has the ability to do so, and the districts that are more at risk are the very small ones where just a little bit of variation can be a very big, impact relative to the overall size of the budget.
When I'm talking with districts too, I always say use your professional judgment as far as coming up with revenue numbers. So with adequacy, we typically say don't budget 100%, budget 95% because that's the guarantee. Districts could budget for 100% and tell their voters that number. So they have a lot of discretion there as far as how they talk with their voters. But that's just how that works.
But if I'm not mistaken, despite the shortfall in special education funding in school budgets, there was not a shortfall in overall funding, i.e. they had surpluses in other areas of their budgets that actually covered their costs. Is that accurate?
So depends on district by district, but overall there's excess. There was excess funding, and then that lapses back to the taxpayers in the form of an unassigned fund balance.
Or not?
Or not. It's for some districts it does not. Yeah.
Okay. So just to be clear, it actually was not like they did not get, like they didn't have adequate funding in their school budgets for the most part. So I'll make that. Did you have another? They did have adequate funding because they had surpluses in other areas of their budgets. Representative Murray.
Thank you. A student comes into a classroom with the special needs. They're very high. Can you speak to consistency of what those costs are across years? Because I think in most cases, the student would stay in the same school district. The student would still have the same issues one year to the next. So is there anything to be learned by the school district in terms of projecting some of these costs because of consistency of the needs of that student through that particular school? Do you understand what
So
I'm asking?
I can't really speak to the individual student level cost, but I think what you're saying is reasonable in a sense that the cost you had the previous year for the same student, you would expect it to be pretty well correlated with the next year. But I can't really speak to that in any data way.
But this is exactly why this whole special education thing is so frustrating. It's not about individuals. I don't think it's about individual student costs changing from year to year. It's something else that's going on in the system. One thing that happened this particular year was this is the first year that we had, you may recall that we extended the age at which you aged out by a year. And that probably contributed something. I'm not actually able to get the accurate answers to how much that contributed. But in any case, things like that happen as well. But there's more going on than that. And there's definitely a problem with special education funding. And I don't mean at the state level. I mean everywhere. So anyway, I'm sorry. Any other questions related to, what are they related to? What are you speaking on?
Special education aid.
Okay.
Who are you? Why are you here?
Okay, well, I know who he is and what he does, but okay. So if that addresses that phase, then we'll take a lunch break now and come back at 1 o'clock. It's a little before 1. And we do now. And then we'll continue with the whole adequacy piece this afternoon. Is that correct? And all the related components?
I'm sure we'll find.
Okay. Thank you all. All right, we're all settled? So it being way past 1 o'clock, we'll reopen the afternoon session at 1:13 of Division 2 of the Finance Committee. And it's really open to you all what you want to talk about. So I'll let the folks at the table introduce themselves and talk about whatever you want to talk about. But then it's really up to the committee in terms of questions that you have regarding basically the adequacy formula and whatever else they present here.
Mark Manganello. Oh, sorry.
So we show 316 for 26 and 27 total employees. Or they ask, what is the total presently employed? Not the 306, but the real number.
So, this afternoon, we sat around to talk about adequacy charter schools and EFAs. So Andy is not here to talk about that.
You don't have the total number?
Was it
right,
in the
so-
handout though?
For the committee's indulgence here. So yeah, so they are prepared to talk about ETF programs today, but to answer your question, Representative Weiler, on the DOE's handout today, I think they reported 63 vacant positions, and they gave those big lists that include ones that commissioner identified could be abolished versus ones he would prefer to retain. So that's,
Have
these
you
are
looked,
vacant.
I don't have it handy. Have you looked at the payroll things that came from the treasurer?
No.
All right, I'll look at those. Thank you.
So Mark Manganello, Bureau of School Finance, Department of Education.
Brian Eaton, also School of Finance.
So we have a few documents that you should have in front of you. One is the governor's recommended education trust fund appropriations for 26-27. The other one is, and they all kind of look the same. There's a district adequacy handout that's kind of thin. There's a charter school handout, a little bit thicker, and then education freedom account handout as well. So what we're going to talk about is the education trust fund programs, and mainly those three programs, the ones that deal with state funding formulas. Especially to the new people, new to Division 2 and new to the state budget process, the education trust fund is, this committee deals with surplus statements. You deal with the highway fund surplus, the fish and game surplus statement. That's really your budgeting. That's how you solve your budget puzzle, is through the surplus statement. And so this committee is unique in a sense. The other divisions don't deal with surplus statements as frequent as this committee does. So when you're willing, or when you're to the point where you're going to build your education budget, the surplus statement is going to be a key part of that, because it's going to tell you, Mickey's going to itemize it out as far as what kind of education programs you're going to fund through the education trust fund. Now, as Mickey and Chairman Weiler talked about, there's always conversations about changing what the education trust fund is going to look like. Previous years, the House has reshifted the education trust fund pretty dramatically, and the Senate has put it back to where maybe it was historically. But put it back to
Imaginary stupidity.
I'll try to use be careful with my words. Put it back to the way the governor presented it,
Governor came
yeah.
to 35%.
Right. No,
We went to 22%. They went to 44%.
Chairman is correct.
The most idiotic thing I've ever seen.
So, but you make your decisions as far as how you want to design the education trust fund. There's some back and forth with the House and Senate. There's some history there, as you can see. But the education trust fund we're working with is the one the governor has recommended. So that's the one we're going to talk about now. Just a heads up, conversations obviously about it changing. Just be mindful of that.
And just to be clear, this isn't about changing education funding. It's
Right.
just a question of the balance between the education trust fund and the general fund dollars, where they sit before they're spent.
And that's another thing too, is the revenue splits. What business, that's all. We're not going to talk about that today, and that's not something the department does. That's something DRA does, and that's something this committee, Ways and Means, the legislature, you make those decisions. And it is important for building your budget to know where the revenue is going to be to fund your programs. But what we're going to talk about today is those programs, which Chairman Irv talked about. The other key thing, again, seasoned veterans know about this, the way you budget education funding, there's HB1, which we just went through today. We went through all those appropriations. And then there's warrants. So you got to know the difference between the two. When you give an appropriation in HB1 and there is no warrant connected to it, no warrant authority connected to it, that's it. You've now finalize your funding for that. So if we look at state testing, if you fund state testing at 4.5 million in HB1 for fiscal year 26, that's it. There's no warrant for that. There's no additional liability, financial liability to the state. You've set it to what it is. But there's certain programs that have warrants. So district adequacy has a warrant. So whatever you put into HB1, you could put $0 in HB1. We have the authority and are mandated to spend that money anyways. So instead of if say you put $0 in HB1 for district adequacy, we are going to request that money and we are going to spend that money because the law tells us how to spend that money and gives us the authority to do so and mandates us to do so. So with district adequacy, putting an HB1 number, it's more just a budgeting process, but it doesn't actually, we have warrant authority. So if you put $0 in there, if you underfund it, we're going to go draw on that warrant. And if you underfund it, we're just going to lapse it back to the Education Trust Fund.
Representative Popovich?
So basically, just to summarize, what you are saying is that the adequacy spending is driven by the number of students and the amount per student and their eligibility. Anything we put in HB1 is our best guess as to how much that will be. But at the end of the day, we'll spend whatever we'll spend based on data we don't have yet.
That's correct. And what we're going to talk about is if you're not going to change state law, so if you're not going to change adequacy in state law, and there's some bills that are going to end up in this committee, or that actually haven't gone through the process, but there's usually bills that are referred to this committee that seek to change adequacy. That's actually changing the program, and that's actually changing how many students might be in the program. That's changing the actual amounts each student aid amount could be. So that would actually change state law, and that would change the amount the state has to pay. But for the numbers we're talking about here, it's you coming up with your best estimate as far as what you think it's going to be in the future based on the law that you're enacting and based on the student data you have. And so we're just going to walk through some of that right now. Any questions? No. Okay.
I just want to iterate that adequacy was just for adequacy. It didn't include building aid. It didn't include special ed. It didn't include tuition and transportation. Those are always funded from general fund, except for this last budget, which was, which ended up with a big surplus that we couldn't spend anywhere else.
Yeah, if you look at the history, and I think the commissioner and Tammy's document will show you, I don't think the history goes back as far as you're talking about, but they'll show you the history of fund moving around, general fund programs moving to the Education Trust Fund. And so there's been a lot of changes throughout the years, and it's expanded the programs used by the Education Trust Fund. That's correct. So the first one we're going to talk about is district adequacy. So district adequacy, the governor has recommended $1.08 billion. That's for fiscal year 26. And then for fiscal year 27, so if you look at page 2 of your sheet, it has the town by town. You're all familiar with the fiscal year 26 estimate. We've provided that before. This is just the town by town to get to what the governor has put in the budget for HB1, that $1.082 billion. So that is fiscal year 27. And so the assumptions used in that, there are some assumptions used in that, is essentially a 1.2% decline in enrollment between 26, it's going to be 26 to 27, but really it's going to be school year 25 to school year 26 because adequacy is 1 year behind. So that $1.082 assumes 6.6% property growth, which is the historical average. That property growth number is not current property, it's the property, now I'm going to have to the date. There's a lag on the property collection. So it's not going to be 6.6 as in the property data that's going to come in this September. It's from the previous September, September 2024. Once that data has been equalized and analyzed by DRA, basically we're assuming the growth of that data is going to be 6.6%, which is pretty consistent with historical property growth. As you all receive the adequacy, take a question.
not as much a question, but just to make sure everybody's on the same page. My understanding is that we are talking about the increase in property values because certain elements of the formula are calculated based on equalized property values. So if property values increase really high, we may have to pay less funds in certain parts of the formula and so on. Again, we have some people who are newer here, and I just wanted to make sure they know why we're discussing.
That's an important thing. The reason why we now have property estimates, and historically the LBA has not done property forecasting in the formula, and the Department of Education, is because of the significance of the Extraordinary Needs Grant. The Extraordinary Needs Grant is a function of free and reduced price meal counts and property data. And so if property data, property valuations, if they grow faster than 2.2%, the adequacy formula is going to be cheaper in the future because property values are growing at a high rate. If the property values were to tank, the adequacy formula would go up. I can't put a number for it, but you could make an estimate and you could forecast where it would be. This is, you all might have opinions about the current property market. This is looking back a year. So this is old data. Moving forward, if properties are flat, it could cost the state more in adequacy formula through the Extraordinary Needs Grant. The other variable would be free and reduced price meals. So in this estimate for fiscal year 27, we assume no drop in poverty. So basically, we assume a drop in enrollment, but potentially poverty is going to stay the same. And so we've kind of seen, just like we've seen special education data, we've seen those numbers not really drop. So there's a higher percentage of individuals in special education programs as a percent of the student population. So we held those numbers constant in our estimate. We held poverty constant in our estimate. We increased property values, and we declined enrollment a little bit. So those are all the assumptions that would go into that formula. We think that's a fair number. We don't know. This number could be off by 5 million, 10 million, we don't know. But we think based on those assumptions, I think we're happy with that. And you funding at this number, keep in mind, if something happens like poverty skyrockets, the adequacy would become more expensive and we would have to draw a warrant to pay for it. So this is the challenge you have as far as forecasting the future. We think this is a fine number for you to put there in your budget.
For a little bit of context, if I could add to that, Mark was talking about warrants earlier. So last biennium in 2023, we budgeted $1.053 billion for fiscal 25 adequacy. If you look at the one pager Mark just gave in fiscal 25 for adequacy, it's $1.064 billion. So it was $11 million off that the department had to draw a warrant. So 1%, which is really not that bad considering, 11 million seems like a large warrant to have to draw, but on over $1 billion, it's not too bad. The percentages make us look good, but 10 million is not. I don't want to be off by 10 million again. And one of the reasons why we were off was we had a hard time forecasting poverty. So FNR data. The districts give us a beginning of the year count of the students they think are going to be free and reduced price meals, and we just sort of use that data. But as the year progressed, more students started accessing FNR programs. So poverty did increase from what we thought it was going to be when we did our first snapshot of data collection. And so it grew, and that caused the budget to be off by just the nature of the Extraordinary Needs Grant, off by a lot. That's why we're not forecasting any drop in poverty. So in that way, we're being conservative. Of course, anything can happen to the data, but that's where we're trying to maybe correct, not trying to overcorrect, but trying to correct for maybe that mistake or that blip issue before. So that's our adequacy estimates and this is the backup. And Mickey always talks with us whenever he's building his adequacy town by town or building estimates or working with the committee to build your own estimates. We'll always quality control each other's work there. Any questions about district adequacy?
Yes, we're good.
The next document really, again, I know you have no more questions about district adequacy, but page 6, this will just confirm everything that you've already just heard. You'll notice we plugged in our 1.2% decline in ADM. Page 6 of the district adequacy one should look like this. Again, you can see the numbers yourself. F&R numbers, we have holding steady. Special education numbers, we have holding steady. ADM, we have a 1.2% decline. So that's it for district adequacy. Any questions? And what the governor has proposed is exactly this. And so if you agree with these assumptions in this estimate, you would have to make no changes. However, of course, this ed funding has been looking at changes to adequacy, and so those bills might come before you. So now we're going to move on to charter schools. Yeah, we'll move on to charter schools, but just to go back to this handout, if we're going to enumerate all the programs that potentially have a financial cost to the state that is unknown, there's district adequacy, which if our estimate is accurate, then the cost is the estimate. If then you don't have any unknown cost. There's charter school tuition, which has an EFA, has a warrant authority, education freedom accounts, EFA phase out grants, which we'll talk about, have warrant authority. Down here towards the bottom is kindergarten enrollment. So currently a few districts are having district meeting to determine if they want to go from a half-day funded kindergarten program to a full-day funded kindergarten program. And under state law, if they go from full day to, from half day to full day, we have to increase their adequacy amount to cover that half-day delta. Because when you think about adequacy is 1 year behind. So basically, they have to wait a full year to be paid for 1.0 ADM. And so we fund them at half, the missing half of an ADM that they need, and it's considered like a startup grant. So it basically catches adequacy up with real time. So there's 4 districts considering it. If they go ahead and pass it and have full day kindergarten, we are going to have to implement, pay out kindergarten startup grants. We're going to know more by the end of tomorrow. So we'll pass that information along to the LBA. So you'll have that information, which Mickey would plug into the surplus statement, because that also has warrant authority. And so will just be a potential variable in your budgeting. The other one is SAU merger grants. If any SAU consolidates and with another SAU, there's $200 per student that goes out in a grant. Currently, we've received no applications as far as districts looking to merge or SAUs looking to merge with each other. But if they did, that would be a cost to the state for $200 a student. So the numbers here are 0 because we don't have any information.
Chairman Weiler?
Why wouldn't there be a savings when they merge?
So there could be a saving locally, but to the state, the way the grant is, the way the bill was written and then enacted into law was it's an SAU merger grant. So it incentivizes them to merge SAUs, and it costs $200 a student.
Okay. What page are you on?
This is just at the bottom here.
The same one?
Yeah, at the last little row there, SAU merger. We have zeros in there. This the. Yep.
Popovich?
Thank you. While I know this would be terrible policy, I swear to God, sometimes I'm tempted to charge a fee to people who split SAUs for the exact same reason. I understand that it's not legislation I'm planning to propose, but given how much duplication in services usually results from SAU splitting, it's what it is.
It was discussed during the when the SAU merger bill was going through the process. SAUs haven't really consolidated since like the 1960s. So yeah, the trend is for SAUs to split up. The other thing to point out, and this is one of the challenges we have. So this adequacy number we're pretty comfortable with because adequacy uses data from 1 year behind. Where it gets a little more challenging for the department and for all of you is forecasting the programs that use current data. So charter school adequacy, we pay in real time. This year in which the student was educated, we provide the charter school grant. Same with education freedom accounts. So that's all happening in real time. So the reasons why we have updated numbers for you for charter school funding and EFA funding is because the data is coming in real time. So we're getting continuous data collection points, and then it's helping us forecast our estimates to be more accurate about the current year in which we're educating the child and paying for their education, and then also future fiscal years. So we have a couple different estimates relative to charter school funding.
So specifically to what Mark was just talking about, so for charter schools, we had a payment that we just made on March 1st to all of the charter schools. So this data is super, super fresh. You're some of the first people that are seeing this information because this is based on a very recent count. And when we get into the EFAs, same sort of thing. They actually have a payment on April 1st, but they count on March 1st. So they're in the process of counting. We have that count preliminary information in this packet, but it wasn't available to other people when they were working on the budget. So when you're looking at charter schools and you look at your packet, so what we have in here is, so we have new charter, we've kind of broken it down to existing charter schools. So those are the charter schools that are there, that their doors are open, that there's kids in there right now in this school year. And then we have new and pending charter schools, which mean these schools haven't opened yet. Some of them have been approved by the State Board of Education. Some of them haven't been. We're kind of in the process of getting them approved and through that process. And there could be some costs there will be some costs associated with those schools. And we really thought it was important to break down that bucket because the existing schools, it's, their enrollment number is probably a much more predictable number. Most of the schools are open, they have kids there. The new schools, the numbers that we've used are based on their applications and their charters, but some of those are maybe more optimistic numbers than what they might actually end up opening at. And that's been a historical issue that we've struggled with charter schools. So on the first page, well, it's actually page 2 of your packet, that's exactly what we have. We have the breakdown between existing and new and pending charter schools. So the pending means, just to remind everybody, the pending means we have an application in place, or we've received an application and we're in the process of working through the approval process of that to the State Board of Education. So if you look on page 3 of your packet, we have the charter schools, the existing charter schools. We have the 25 count, which that was the count for the March 1st payment. That's right there. That's hot off the press. And then we have a 26 and a 27 count that we are estimating based on historical growth of charter schools. And then also we reviewed charter schools applications that were approved by State Board of Education to make sure that if we were existing or projecting growth, that we didn't exceed a charter schools cap. So remember, when a charter schools comes to the State Board of Education, they propose a total enrollment and they propose enrollments by grade. And then if the charter school wants to have more kids than they had originally approved, they actually have to go to the State Board of Education to request an amendment to their charter to change their cap. So that is being accounted for in this spreadsheet that you have here. So if you look at it, we're projecting an estimated $70 million for charter schools for 26, and then $74 million for charter schools for 27, for just the charter schools that are open with kids in their doors as of today. And that includes the Virtual Learning Academy, which has 2 different functions. So Virtual Learning Academy is a virtual charter school that has kids from all around the state that are enrolled in traditional public schools accessing courses that are not available at their local school districts at the Virtual Learning Academy, in addition to kids that are enrolled at the Virtual Learning Academy full-time. Those kids will graduate from the Virtual Learning Academy. They can take and they'll take all of their classes there and whatnot. So in addition to that, the next page in your packet, though, this is the number that is quite a large number, and we kind of need to just talk through and make sure that you're all aware of this. So these are charter schools that we are projecting will open in the next biennium budget. So the first group of them, you can see that's approved. That means they've applied to the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education has approved their application, and they are in various stages of opening. So some of them may be opening in 26. Actually, it looks like all of the approved schools that we have here plan to open in 26, and they'll probably have kids for 26 and 27 school year. And then we have another group, those are the pending groups. Those are applications that we have in various stages of the application process. So some of them might be going to the State Board Thursday of this week. I'm not sure if we have one, but to get approved, some of them may be throughout the summer or throughout the course of the next year. But those are the schools that we know about. They've submitted some sort of application. They're someplace in the middle of the process, and we anticipate those schools opening during the biennium. But so you can see that the costs we're projecting relative to these schools is between $5 and $10 million for the 2 years of the biennium. And that's a number that we need to talk about and kind of see where are we comfortable budgeting, because it's not necessarily all of these schools may open, and they're not necessarily guaranteed to have this number of kids. On the flip side of though, some of these schools could open with more kids than originally projected. So it really kind of the enrollment on them is a lot harder to predict because they're not accepting kids right now.
Do we have any way to say schools can't open?
You do as the legislature. We don't as the Department of Education. Actually, it's been put in law that the State Board of Education cannot deny charter school applications based on finances alone. So you would need you would need to write that into HB2 if you wanted that expectation of the department.
And try to basically set a cap so that we didn't exceed a certain budgeted amount.
And one of the reasons why they're continuing to open is because we do have a pretty large charter school startup grant. So the Department of Education in 2019 applied and was successful for a $46 million grant to open charter schools. And those grant dollars are used for preliminary costs associated with opening a charter school prior to their opening. And so we actually, on the last page of your packet, I have kind of the status of that grant, but we have opened a fair number of charter school grants charter schools with that grant. So the three primary uses of that grant is to open a new charter school, expand an existing charter school, or replicate an existing charter school. We had some initial delays on that grant because of some legislative decisions, and then the grant did kind of get off what we think is probably a little slower than it would have because of the pandemic. But now we are in the end years of our grant, and we're having a lot of applicants. People are very interested in that grant and leveraging that opportunity.
Representative Weiler.
How many years does the 46 million go for?
So it was a 5-year grant initially with the authority to apply for 5 additional one at a time, no cost extensions. We're not sure what that process looks like with the U.S. Department of Education currently, but right now we are in the first year of our no cost extension. So up to 4 additional years.
Are those extensions of the existing monies?
Yes, the
Okay,
existing.
so you use them
monies.
over an extended period of time?
Yes, yes.
Representative Murray?
Thank
So-
you. Oh,
Go ahead. Oh, I was going to say just the rest of information that's in your packet, or do you want to?
so in the governor's budget in 26 and 27, you're looking at 66 million, 68 million. You're saying that you need between 70 and 74 million.
Yes.
And you need an additional 15 million for the charter school program.
Potentially, yes.
So we've got a gap of around $22 million.
Yes. And that's because the governor's budget was really based on the agency phase of the budget, which we had prepared, if you remember, a year ago before there were any schools open. And so when we've done the counts throughout the year, the number has substantially increased. And then we've also received a lot of applications this year. There's been a lot of momentum to open new charter schools this year.
I'll just add. So yeah, page 2 has the existing charter funding and the new and pending charter funding. And so those would be the numbers that if you accept these numbers, they would get plugged into the surplus statement, or HB1 and the surplus statement as far as how you're funding charters. Just one thing to add, because Kaylin and I were wrestling with what is a good methodology. There's things that our methodology doesn't include. It doesn't include any charter schools closing down. That does happen. We do have a charter school close about once a year. Typically, when a charter school closes down, it's usually a slow death where their enrollment declines, and they hang on for as long as they can because they want to educate those students, and then they eventually close down. There are sometimes dramatic closures where multiple students now have to leave the charter system and go to a new charter system or find a new educational pathway. But we don't forecast any charter schools closing. That could happen, which would save the state money as far as this line item. The other thing we don't include is these pending charter schools. We gave them a reduction in what they estimate they'll forecast. So a lot of them are very ambitious. They want to get as many students as they can into their new charter school. They're very excited to open. Some of them open and they don't have those numbers that they hoped and dreamed for. So we did give them a reduction in that in our estimate. Some of them might not just be able to open. They really would like to open, but they don't open. So that's areas where this could be overestimating what charter schools are going to be as far as funding is concerned. But regardless, if this scenario is true and charter schools are able to open, they're able to have pretty good enrollments, enrollment trends hold. This would be, again, back to the Education Trust Fund warrant aspect of it. This is what we would have to pay. So there's this methodology is not perfect. There's a lot of assumptions that go in here. A lot of this could happen, couldn't happen. We think these are fair numbers that you should plug into HB1, given all the data and assumptions included in this model. But it might come out cheaper, might come out more expensive, might come out cheaper.
Representative DeRoy.
As charter schools are increasing, public schools should be decreasing. So is there an offset? How much?
That's a good point. So we just include for our district adequacy, we just have the standard 1.2% enrollment decline, that's a historical trend with charter schools online. So yeah, potentially that 1.2 could be light. So there could be higher district enrollment decline. That's assuming students are going from the district system to the charter system. Of course, as you'll see in a lot of the LBA fiscal notes, students could go from the home education system to a charter system or the EFA system to the charter system. So a lot of different ways. That's a variable we haven't factored in, but that's a good observation.
Also remember, it's not a one-to-one. So there's base adequacy that charter schools get, and district public schools get. District public schools do not get an extraordinary needs grants, but all charter school kids receive an additional charter school grant of, it's about $5,000 per kid for this coming biennium. So it is not necessarily a one-to-one. There could be more costs associated with the kid going to a charter school or less, depending on which district they come from.
But the point is that, sorry, just to the complexity of the variable you're saying is absolutely true, but we've not considered that in any model, and we wouldn't really know how to do that
Right now.
right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chairman Weiler.
Thank you. When you look at the grades from kindergarten through 12, isn't there a decline from one grade to another, and so that the population of children is really decreasing? Yes. So, and we're really paying about $10,000 total per charter student. How much of that money is coming from the school itself?
Just some rough numbers, just to confirm. Yeah, we see student enrollment declining overall. We see that trend. There could be bumps and fluctuations, but generally that's the trend, and that's why we forecast declining enrollment, at least in district schools where most students are. The $10,000 number. So charter schools run their nonprofit, their quasi nonprofit, public school. It costs them about $10,000. Generally, around 85% of it is state funded. So, so the numbers around the cost per pupil of a charter school, yeah.
Because some of it's free and reduced, et cetera, et cetera.
Donations. So donations, they're reimbursed locally sometimes.
So, but you said the state provides 85%.
Yeah.
So even though we're given like 5,000 something per student, that's the base cost plus free and reduced plus special ed.
We're actually
I see
giving
what
a $9,000 for every charter school kid, plus
9,000.
plus the differentiated aid and everything like
Thank
that.
you.
Yes. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. The differential aid would be on top of that, would make up some of that variance as well. That's correct.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. So you said the state pays 85% of the tuition for the charter schools. How much, what parameters and how much does that vary around charter schools in terms of where they're raising their own monies?
Varies a lot because there's several charter schools that have relationships with school districts. So school districts are subsidizing the charter schools. So we have some charter schools in the state that their average cost per pupil is around $30,000 per kid, and most of that is tuition dollars they're receiving from a local school district. And then we have other charter schools that their amount that they're receiving is right, or spending per student is right around that per pupil $9,000, $10,000 amount, because they're receiving this and then some federal funds from the Department of Education, the title grants that we spoke about before, those go to charter schools. But other than that, they're not necessarily doing a lot of local fundraising.
And charter schools are different too when you're looking at their financials. Some of them are able to bring in surplus. So they're having years where they have more money coming in than expenditures going out. And so then eventually at some point they want to spend that surplus and change operations in some sort of way. And so the numbers can really fluctuate in different from districts.
As sort of a quasi nonprofit, in addition to some of the grants that they may get from, beyond the state, is there a fundraising arm to some of these charter schools?
Most of the charter schools try to do quite a bit of fundraising.
You done with charters?
All right, last in your packet for today, we have education freedom accounts. So education freedom accounts, we've already done a fair number of presentations in this room about this as far as the way program works at the Department of Education. And then I know that Kate Baker was here on Friday and provided a lot of information to the committee. So the Department of Education really put some information on there just to show you how kind of our estimates have worked and kind of what our current projections are. So just like charter schools, EFAs had a count on March 1st, and so we have the newest enrollment information from them. So as of March 1st, they had 5,794 kids. At the beginning of the year, or actually last summer when the Department of Education was doing its projections, we had thought their projection originally would be 5,300 kids. So they had 500 more kids than we had originally projected based on their enrollments that they had last summer. So the program continues to grow. So we've updated our estimates from our agency budget of the budget to be 34 million for 26, which would give us a enrollment of about 600 more kids of 6,500, and then 7,500 for 27 of 41 million. So those are the costs the department's projected under the current law. The information that you have in your packet, if we just flip through it real quick, because most of it's duplicative to information that you have already received. So we have the way the formula works, and I should have mentioned too, this was also in your charter school packet and explaining how the charter school formula works. We like to distribute that as many times as possible. We have the EFA enrollment history. So if you remember, you saw that for regular adequacy in charter schools. It's getting smaller and smaller for EFAs now as we've added more years, but you kind of see how we've increased the base amount in adequacy and how that impacts the EFA program as well as charter schools. And that goes for all of the differentiated aids. And then oftentimes we get a lot of requests for what the breakdown of the number of free and reduced lunch special education and English language learner kids. So that's all in that historical documentation. And then you can see how much we're spending in total for the Education Freedom Account program. The next thing in your packet is for the March 1st payment. It has the count in there and all of the information that we have. And then the last thing in your packet that we just put there just for your informational purposes is the phase out grant. So the phase out grant is a grant that is paid to district public schools when a child leaves an EFA or leaves a public school and takes an EFA. The very first year that the kid leaves, the public school receives 100% because adequacy is 1 year in arrears. The second year the child's left, this public school receives 50%. And the third year, this school receives 25% for that child. We calculate that through fiscal year 26, and that's the last year that we'll be calculating that, and then that grant goes away. So we kind of laid out the cohorts here for you to kind of follow through because we've been getting a lot of questions relative to how those cohorts work and when we pay those last cohorts. So the last cohort will it will be in fiscal year 26, but it will be paid through fiscal year 28. And that information is there. And so the department's projections for the phase out grants are about $1.2 million for fiscal year 26 and $1.2 million for fiscal year 27. And when we calculate it in fiscal year 26, that will be the last time we calculate it. And so then those budget estimates will be set for 27 and then fiscal year 28 when we work on that budget as well.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
So with the governor's proposal for expansion of EFAs for children who are leaving the public school. Sorry, I lost my mic there. For the governor's proposal for students, for expanding the EFA program for students who leave the public school, there would be no phase out grant for them moving forward. Is that correct?
Any other questions? So just so I'm clear on that final chart there, the highlighted in yellow, how does it distinct from not highlighted at the very end of each row? So you've got FY26 with a yellow highlight, then you skip over to the FY26 at the end, adequacy harm. Is that the actual total?
This is the yellow is supposed to be, it's our estimates for phase out for the budget. So fiscal year 25 is the actual
Right.
for fiscal year 25. Fiscal year 26 is essentially that methodology is we take the number, it's just basically 309 students left the district system for an EFA, and it caused that fiscal year impact. And so we just added 2% to that essentially. And so if you follow the EFA formula calculation, that gets you to EFA phase out grant of 1.2 million in fiscal year 26. So that's all that is us just coming up with revised budget estimates.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were on the next one already. You're not there yet. You're not there. You're not on the next page yet?
That
One
was
that
the last
doesn't have a
page.
header on it?
Yeah, this
Page
one.
12?
Yes.
Yeah. So what's going on between the 1.2 million and the 1.6 million?
Oh, so the way phase out works is that fiscal year 26, we call it harm. So this is harm when a student leaves a district, goes to an education freedom account. That district loses out on adequacy and phase out needs to pay them. So the total amount of harm, as measured by that methodology, is 1.6 million. But we don't pay the district 1.6 million. We pay them 50% of that, which is the 823K in the fiscal year in which the harm was occurred. And then we pay them 25% of the harm done in fiscal year 25.
Okay.
So you're basically taking that 823K, adding that 403K, and you're getting that 1.2 million number. So that's the phase out. It's a little tricky with that lag.
Okay.
Going backwards.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's right. I should have been left right.
And, I'm sorry.
Representative Murray, go ahead.
So the governor's budget has the 750,000. So again, what DOE is saying they need is considerably more than what the governor is projecting.
Correct.
Why? So what did the governor use to come up with
So
750,000?
They use
when you come up-
the agency's projections. So those are our original projections, but because we have newer, better data, we've been able to update it since then.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
So I'm interested in what the chart, I'm sorry, the Education Freedom Account numbers for 26 and 27 would be if we were to accept the assumption of the governor's expansion of the program. Do we have estimates for that?
So I believe Kate Baker gave you guys some numbers last week.
No.
For the
The governors, yeah, so the governor, it is page 2 of that document. So we think if you implement current law, which
Okay.
are 61 and 62 as introduced,
Oh, okay.
the 34.8 million, again, the program, it's hard to predict EFA program enrollment, but that 3.4 million number seems okay. And then the governor put forward 41.1 million fiscal year 27, and we're not disputing that in any way.
Okay. So these assume the one-year public students are migrating
Yep.
under these numbers.
The governor, yeah, which would be, school year 27,
27.
so yeah, that's
Okay.
the year that we're gonna pay for, yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Okay, thank you. I thought I had understood. Back to that page, the governor has,
Hold on 1 second.
what?
They're
Oh, go ahead.
convincing up there.
Just trying to clarify.
What about making it not be?
I think he's asking
want
my
him to be-
question.
want him to be clear.
No, the governor's 41.
On the sheet you gave us, it's 44.
Oh, wait a minute, I see 41. Where are you seeing 44? Oh, over there.
Yeah, so
Oh,
this
okay.
is
He's talking
current
about
law.
this.
So the governor's office projected with the additional kids the increase of 44 million, and we believe that's sufficient.
Yeah.
Ours is
So
41.
is 41 sufficient or 44 sufficient?
So 41 is sufficient based on current law and the enrollment. If the governor, if the proposal is to
Oh, this is
increase the
current.
governor's proposal, which is access for all public school kids, we believe the 44 is sufficient.
So the 41 is based on current
Correct.
law. 44 is based on something in law that might change.
Correct.
And we don't know where that's going to end up right now.
Correct.
So, thank you. Thanks, Nikki.
Correct. Right now, it's 350% of FPL.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I mean, there are a lot of proposals out there. We don't know where they're going to end. Part of the governor's, which I don't think is in a bill, is you have to be in this public school for a year before you're eligible. How do you consider those numbers when you're making your estimates of people joining an EFA program? But
So-
again, we don't know if that's
So our
No, that's
estimate,
gonna
just
pass.
we just estimated current year. The governor did a proposal and did their estimate at 44, and we don't have any additional information on that.
Yeah, difficult to estimate. And so just always keep in mind, as far as whatever the number you put in there, if the program is more successful than you envisioned, it's going to cost more money. So always just be mindful of that.
Anybody else? Any other comments from?
Yeah, just one thing Mickey and I were talking about, and I think he's already fiscal year 25 charter schools. So Mickey presented a surplus statement that said the warrant would be $6 million for charter schools in fiscal year 25, and that's on the surplus statement. Mickey and I have been talking about how much money is carried over, and so that warrant's I'll give Mickey an official, more detailed number, but essentially instead of a $6 million warrant, it's likely going to be more like $3 million. So we got a little saving there. Found you $3 million. Did not find you tens of millions of dollars, but that's just want to get that on record that Mickey will produce that number for you, and it's based on our conversations about how much money we think is available that doesn't need to go through the warrant process.
Okay, thank you. Did you have some comments you'd like to?
So I'll just kind of add on to that, talking about the surplus statement. So the one Mark was referring to is the one I provided to everyone on the 19th of February. So that number there, we'll adjust that number for 25, our assumption of how much is going to be spent this year. But the department did just present charter school numbers, EFA phase-out grant numbers that are very different than what the governor has in the governor's recommended budget. So I would like to put another snapshot together for you, but I will need guidance from the committee, and it doesn't have to be today, of what the committee wants to assume for these programs. So you've got numbers the governor appropriated, you have estimates from the department. It's still the prerogative of this committee to come up with your budget estimates for those programs.
So you're gonna love this. Could you prepare a surplus statement based on the department's estimates purely? And you've already done the governor's estimates, correct? That's essentially what you have now?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, and those, the governor's estimates, the governor's surplus statement won't change. Division twos will change when we do a comparative to it. So I can build a Division 2 with the the department's estimates in there now.
Let's not call it Division 2 yet. Let's just call it the education departments
Okay.
for Division 2 or something of that nature. So it doesn't imply that we've settled on that, just so we can start looking at that and understand
I
where
can
that puts
create-
us.
I can create something that shows the impact of carrying these estimates. Yep.
Yeah, 'cause it seems like it's pretty substantial.
Yeah, I think it could be substantial. We'll leave it at that, but tens of millions of dollars. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Further questions from the committee? Further comments from, yeah, go ahead, Representative Murray.
I'm wondering, and with part of, the estimates that you're putting in, trying to accommodate what the legislature might do with regards to some of the bills. But it seems to me that may be, whether or not there's a year, whether or not you have to be in school for a year before you're eligible to EFAs, whether it's going to be 350, whether it's going to be 400, but that may be above and beyond what we need to do right now.
Right now, yes, but eventually, no. Right? So let's assume House Bill 115, which I believe is the EFA expansion bill, passes. I think it's on the floor this Thursday and does get referred to finance or whatever. Once it becomes the position of the House, whether it's in the budget or crosses over in a separate bill, as part of the budget surplus statement package, we would want an estimate to carry for the cost of that bill, just like any other bill. So that's we're a little ahead of that one, but that'll be a second committee bill presumably, so we can deal with that then.
We all set? Anything else?
Well, I think the question is, what else do you need from the Department of Education for our budget?
At this point, I can't tell you what else I need. Does anybody else know what they might need?
About 50 mil.
Big sale.
I think you've given us all you can for the moment, but that's subject to change.
The only thing I'll point out is earlier this morning, there was some additional technical corrections to HB2. That language, Mickey has that language. So if you have any questions about any, because you haven't had time to discuss it, but if you see anything relative to HB2, there's some changes with how we do special education aid forecasting and syncing up how we pay charter schools. Instead of paying them off a November 1st head count, we asked them to do an October 1st head count, and then we asked them to do a November 1st head count. So we have language that Mickey has that basically says, how about we just do the October 1st head count and don't bother sending the November 1st numbers in? So these are all technical issues, but as you see anything relative to HB2, any technical changes as you work with Mickey, feel free to reach out to us too.
And I think Caitlin was speaking to that this morning and indicated that there was, I started to say what you just said, but that there was going to be some way to handle the situation with special cases for a particular school that or district that had.
Yeah, that's another language that actually is introduced in HB2. So if you didn't change that, that's the process about rectifying data after taxes have been set. So currently, we allow districts to districts can change their data after taxes have been set, and it does impact their revenue flows. We're going to try to restrict that process and allow them to actually require them to petition the state board to change their data after taxes have been set. So we're trying to put more controls over that process. That's in HB. We have a lot of tiny little data processy stuff in HB2, which it can get technical. So if you do have questions about that, definitely reach out.
Okay, but was that related to the comments you just made about the two
No.
different
Those
dates?
are different ones.
So could you differentiate those two?
So do you have the proposal from this morning still?
So the first one is district adequacy. So district adequacy, we get that the summer is about to end. When the summer ends, districts are going to send in their EOI. Then we spend all summer making sure there's no conflicting student data. So if
The school year's about to end,
yeah, the school year is about to end.
not the summer.
Sorry. And before the summer ends, we're working with the school districts to make sure that they've accurately accounted for all their students. And so eventually get to the point where the data's settled. And then we start paying September 1st adequacy based on that data that we've spent all summer vetting. Then on October 1st, we vet the data just a little bit more. And then we end up paying, don't pay adequacy, but then we give DRA our adequacy estimates on October 1st. Then DRA sets taxes off that. Sometime between October 1st and April, they might go, oh, we missed a student here or missed a student there. We're trying to stop that process and say, oh, if you do make a change to any of your student enrollment data after October 1st, there's going to be a process where you have to petition the state board and request that we change it instead of just asking us to rechange the estimates.
I want to clarify, it's not for the school year they're currently in. It's for the school year that is already closed. They're not adding any more additional kids for that school year. They had the opportunity to count for that school year. So
yeah.
it's not like it's a kid that came and went during this existing school year. And that's a little bit of the confusion. People oftentimes get confused with this and like, oh yeah, you were updating it throughout the year. And like, no, this has nothing to do with this. This is after taxes set, the numbers set. We've done federal reporting on that number. We've set cost per pupil on that number. We've done a whole bunch of things. It shouldn't be changing. It should just be frozen.
Yeah, just as a commentary, and I've talked to Chairman Murphy about this. Whenever we do data collection, I always say we're only as good as our weakest link. And so if there's an SAU that's dragging their feet to get data to us, that slows down the whole process. And so we have phone calls where you're the last SAU in the state. We need the data. You need to get it in so we can do adequacy. And so this process would just say, you're the last SAU in the state. We're moving on. You can go to the state board if you need to move forward. So it just adds a little bit. We think adds a little more control to the process.
So the other ones on your spreadsheet from this morning, the House Bill 2. So item number 5 is one of the technical corrections Mark mentioned relative to state special education aid. So right now for state special education aid, we're actually using an estimated cost per pupil rather than the actual cost per pupil. The estimated cost per pupil is estimated using a pretty technical calculation. Mark does it with the school district budgets and some of their actual expenditures. And we thought it's only used, the only reason we're doing this estimate is for this area specifically. It's not like we're using it in other areas of the department. And we really felt that for state special education aid, it should use the actual cost per pupil rather than an estimated cost per pupil.
Yeah, go ahead.
And special ed is done in real time.
No, special education is what paid 1 year in arrears.
1 year, so it is still the 1 year in advance. So I guess that would have been, you actually do know the cost. There isn't any.
So yeah,
You know what the cost is.
and what would happen is they would send out the invoices in June. So as the year would end, they would say, based on 3.5x the cost per pupil that we published in January. So you would know the number 6 months earlier, 3.5x, the number that was been known for a while now. Go ahead and submit your invoices. They don't do it in June. I think it's May. But basically a number that would have been recorded by the department in around December and January. In the springtime, they're saying submit your invoices for special education aid. So that's just mechanically, but currently what we're doing is in April, I make an estimate and I give it to the Bureau of Education, and then they send out that estimate. So it would be quicker instead of me doing an estimate in April based on budgets. It would just be the actual number. So
Yeah, it seemed to fit as a year behind, as you were saying. You have the number.
yep.
And then the last one is number 13. So that really is with charter schools. It feels kind of silly that they're doing an additional account for us in November when they've done on October 1st. Well, they've really done it like October 15th, but as of October 1st, it's unnecessary work for both the department and the charter schools to go through to get to a number that is pretty much the same as on October 1st and us make that payment to the charter schools. So we thought it would just help with efficiencies on everybody. I hope so.
Did everybody get all that?
Right now, when I get home, maybe not.
Okay. Well, we'll have them back when we need to, but hopefully we won't need to.
We're here and available.
Other, anything else?
Yeah, one other.
Go ahead, Representative.
Around special ed, we were talking just a little bit. It was suggested at some point, and you had reminded me, having someone who sort of boots on the ground around special ed come in, and is it too late to have that, to have a superintendent or someone who works with special ed to walk us through what actually happens in the school district when a special ed student comes in? Is there still time to have someone come in to do that, or do you think it's not necessary?
I guess I'd refer that to Mr. Landrigan.
So sometime, maybe next week, maybe the week after, we're going to get bills referred to us, presumably on Thursday, one being House Bill 773, which is related to the CAD aid program. So perhaps when we schedule a work session on that bill, I'll invite the department to come in like I always do, and perhaps they can see if there's an administrator that makes sense to bring in for that.
Yeah, sure. That'd be great.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we do. Several.
Reminder, Wednesday
Anything else? Whoops.
On the automobile bill?
maybe give them all 2.5, depending on what we see as the audience, probably 2.5.
Yeah.
So if there's somebody that's going to get duplicative, we don't need to hear it.
So thank you all for coming, Caitlin and your crew.
Good to see you again.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Same here. I hope you get paid well for it.
You can look it up. Okay, so there's anything else, Mr. Landergood?
So if we're done for today, I think that's good. We had a productive day. So Friday, we have a work session scheduled at 10. I'm going to come in with some tracking sheets just to kind of compile everything you've kind of heard to this point and try to get it all in front of you. Perhaps some amendments, easy ones, like we've talked about some things in House Bill 2. Perhaps some sections that could just be deleted because they have other bills up. I'm going to try to come up with a plan the next couple days, and then I'll kick it to you guys by Thursday so you know what we're doing Friday. But if you have any questions between now and then, just feel free to reach out to me.
Great. Anything else? Okay, doke. It being 2:11, I will call the end of the Division 2 Finance meeting.